Hello friend and welcome to my channel. Today we are entering into a journey, if I can say it like that. We're going to try to take this Elementor website that I'm currently building for a client. That's a real website, it's not live yet, so don't say it. But I'm building this page in Elementor for different reasons. I won't go through those reasons, but I'd like to take that page and port it or copy it into Bricks Builder, because a lot of people are asking, how do I do that? Do I just copy? Do I just install Elementor and so on? Just install Bricks, over Elementor, first of all. And also, of course, can we replicate the same site if we wanted to do so? Because Bricks is faster and so on. So this is exactly what we're going to do. This might take a long time. I expect that video to be a couple of hours long. Also, since I'm pretty tight in pretty tight in time, let's say, so don't be surprised if it takes many days to do this actual video. You'll see the date probably changing. You'll see how my dress maybe change, because I expect that to take a long time. Okay, so let's start by looking at the page we're going to try to replicate into Bricks Builder. So, like I said, this is a future site. It's not live yet. I'm not going to try to do the entire page, but this is the last one that I just built, and I thought that it could be a good indication. So we have, of course, our logo. We have a background image here. This is all the header, by the way. This is dynamic. I'm not going to do the dynamic part. I'm going to do it just straightforward with regular text, honestly. The title, the top here, and the text are options in Jet Engine. But I'm not gonna do that part. Same thing for the image, by the way, is dynamic as well. But I'm gonna just put them straight away to avoid spending time on custom post type and so on. We have a menu here with the drop downs, so we'll take a look at that, how Bricks stands up to that. And honestly, Bricks have been playing with that for a long time, but haven't built a real site yet. Shh, don't say that. So there are some things that are going to be new for me as well, so that's a good learning experience. And we have one little button here as well in the menu that goes to a different page, a different site, sorry. Then we have a heading here, we have some text, we have some containers here with text with an image here on the side. We have some other, this is not dynamic even on the website, but we have a few sections here, let's say it like that. Another one here. This one is pretty much replicated, so I don't know if I'm going to rebuild exactly everything, to be honest, but I wanted to use that, and I was pretty disappointed in Elementor that I could not use Grid. But yes, Grid has been announced a day or two ago, a couple of days ago, in beta version for Elementor, but still it's not ready yet. So let's see, maybe using grids with Bricks. Then we have here a background image, and we have here images with some animations a little bit and buttons. And we have here a background in parallax. This is also part of the footer. We have a carousel here that I might do or not. I'm waiting for the client. Well, he or she just sent us the real sponsors, but I haven't had the time to put it inside of it yet. So maybe I'm gonna add some. This is also part of the footers, so 4 columns here: media, social media, and other stuff like that. So a lot of stuff. Like I said, I don't know if I'm gonna replicate one by one, because of course here, if we can do one, we can do 10. So we'll see based on time. And of course, this is all in Elementor. One thing that I need to say, I am using the containers, the new way of building websites. First of all, I'm not using grids because it's fairly new, and this page was built before that. I'm also going to say that I'm trying to use it the most as possible, as closely as possible, to how I would use it in Bricks. So first of all, of course, using grids, not grids, but sorry, containers. But also, I created my own variables. So if I take a look, for example, as this section, you will see that I have variables here, so to space my things. So I have created my own variable, x small, small, medium, large, x large, and xx large. So we will probably do something similar to that. We will not do it manually though. I'm going to show you that how in a few minutes. So the space might be slightly different because I'm going to use a framework. So maybe the font size is not going to be exactly the same thing. That's okay. Most of the time the client won't even notice. Same thing for sorry, for spacing. We might have a couple of difference here and there, but that's okay. I could recreate everything from scratch, but don't have the time to do that, first of all. And secondly, I encourage you to go with a framework. Did I say that? I was one of the guys who were against framework at the start, especially because I was building with using CSS, classes, and so on. But it does speed up web development, so we're going to use a framework in our case. You don't have to. This is totally optional, what I'm about to show you about frameworks, but I'm going to use one framework in this particular case. And you have few choices in bricks if you want to use a framework. Sorry. So first of all, you have ACSS or automatic CSS. This is the one that I'm going to use because I'm trying to get used to it. I feel that it's one of the easiest to use also. But because I don't know all the ins and outs of ACSS yet, I'm going to use Plaster as well, which is a plugin that allows you to right click and see all the classes or all the variables that you can enter into one field, for example. So I'm going to use automatic CSS with Plaster. So my tools. Automatic CSS, again, is totally optional. If you don't want to use that, all the data that I'm going to put, simply put real values instead. But the reason that I'm going to use a framework like this one is for consistency. I don't have to remember, did I put 60 pixels or 80 pixels? Did I put 2 rems or 5 rems or 4 rems? I can just use space large or space small or things like that. That's going to make it easier to use. So I encourage you to do that, though it's not required. Now pricing has increased since I bought it, so now it's $149 per year if you want to use the agency, which is 100 websites. Of course, if you need less sites, you can go with a smaller one. Plaster, that I just talked about, Plaster plugins, is a tool, like I said, that allows you to have a right click. So with right click, you will see all the classes. You have automatic navigation and so on. It's not available anymore because something is coming. They don't say what. My wish is that it is integrated with ACSS, and if it's the case, then you won't have to buy it. But I don't know. Maybe that's the reason, maybe not. They didn't make any announcements regarding that. So this is again an optional tool. You have a cheat sheet here in ACSS that you can use instead if you prefer. If you can have it open on another screen, for example, then you can always use it like that and just type the values. And they say that once you build a site or two, you will know all of them by heart anyway. So it's not a big issue if you cannot have the Plaster plugin. So this is one of them. Another one is the Oxyprops. So Kenny, okay, that's another one here. Sorry, Oxyprops. Oops, wrong website. There we go, oxyprops.com. Sorry. So this is the Ultimate Page Builder Companion. So this is pretty similar to ACSS. I prefer ACSS for a few reasons. Like, for example, instead of space 1, space 12, or things like that, we have medium, small. So I think it's easier to remember whether you use a space medium than did I use 9 or 10. So that's a personal preference. That being said, Props is really good, and they have added a lot of new features recently. First of all. Secondly, the thing that we have with the right click with plaster, we have the exact same thing integrated into Props. Props, by the way, for Oxygen, they called it Bricks Props for Bricks Builder, but it's just one plugin. So if you buy it, you can use it with Oxygen or Bricks, same way. So another great tool if you want to use a framework. There's also Winden by D Plugins that I haven't used that much. It's a Tailwind plugin, so that's another totally different thing, another framework. I didn't like that at all, personally, so really up to you. There's also some other tools like Bricks Forge, and the other one is Advanced Themer that has been released really recently that do allow you to have few more tools, first of all, and also that allows you to create your own custom variables. So you have some variables already there. You can create your own color palette. You can also, you do have few variables that comes with it, and you can create your own variables. So that's really another really great choice if you want my opinion on that. Maybe if I didn't have already ACSS, I would go with that probably instead. It's lighter because it loads really few classes. But then again, it's really up to you. So I'm going to use ACSS. That's the one that is the most used. That's the one that is, I feel, is the most professional one. But if I had to start at new, I might go with Advanced Themer alone, to be quite honest. And they have a great pricing right now for launch. I was able to get the unlimited license, which is closed right now, but they said that they will open it again at some point, but just for a week. So stay tuned if you are interested in something like that. All right, so one of the reasons, by the way, I went with ACSS is also to use another thing called frames. So just a little pit talk here. Frames is a library with a lot of pre-made elements, for example, accordions, pre-made things to be 100% accessible. And that's one of the great things that I like about frames and ACSS. Accessibility is really important for them. So that's one of the other reasons why I went with that. And of course, frames is built on ACSS, so that's why I want to learn ACSS more and stick with that one. But this is just a matter of preference. Like I said, if you don't need all of that, I would probably go with Advanced Themer or simply do it manually if you don't want to have any framework. But since a lot of you are asking what tool should I use, blah, 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 this is what I will use in this case. So this is a new website that I have created, fresh new. I only have WP Vivid that is installed for doing some backups here and there. And I also have copied my images that I'm going to need for just that specific page already in my media library. Nothing else is installed. Even Bricks is not installed. So we're going to do that together. So let's start with that. I'm going to go to Appearance Themes because remember, Bricks is not a plugin. It's a theme. So you don't have to worry anymore. Which theme should I use with it? It's a theme in itself. So let's install the last version, as we are talking, is 173. By the time that I do this entire video, there is a chance that version 1.8 is out. That will add the famous new menu builder. So we'll see how to build a menu later on, but at some point I might make a little switch and use the menu builder. We don't know because it's coming. Should be coming next week. As we are recording, I'm on April 22nd, but when I start, I don't know when I'll finish, like I said, so 1.8 might be released. Same thing, by the way, for ACSS. They're supposed to release 2.5 this week, and that will allow us to have colors ported to Gutenberg, but also to use ACSS in Gutenberg. Woo! Great thing if you want to use Gutenberg for your post while still using bricks for your pages. Really great things that are coming, and who knows, maybe right click or something like that will be there as well. So by the time that I finish this video, those might be out, and I'm going to tell you about them as we work together. All right, already 15 minutes in, so let's go and install bricks. So I'm going to say add new, and I'm going to bring my bricks. Where is it? There we go. So I'm going to upload a theme, upload my bricks 173, which is currently the latest version. I'm going to activate that. And of course, I need to activate the license. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use my license and blur that out. Oh, here's my license. I'm going to click on activate license. And here we go. So now let's move on to the settings of bricks. So the way that I'm using it, you can load Gutenberg data, by the way, inside of bricks if you already have some content, and the opposite, save bricks as Gutenberg if you think that you might want to reuse that content in Gutenberg later on. For example, if you want to move away from bricks. You can always enable that later on, by the way, but of course you will have to resave each of the pages if you do it that way. SVG upload, I don't think that I have any SVGs, but I usually toggle that on. Miscellaneous here, I usually toggle a couple of those. So open graph meta tags, I don't want to turn that on. Bricks SEO meta tags, I do want to have SEO, so I don't want to disable that. We can generate custom image sizes, sorry. We don't want to disable the skip link. Smooth scroll, we can do that here or inside ACSS. But since not everybody has ACSS, I'm going to enable it here. Enable delete bricks data button. That's really optional. You'll have at the top of the structure panel a delete all button, which could be useful or could be dangerous. If you're afraid to delete everything, you might want to leave that unenabled or unchecked. Query bricks data and search result, you might want to do that. In my case, it's just going to be a testing site, so I won't do that. You can create your own custom breakpoints. I'm going to use just the 3 that comes with bricks, but if you want to create your own custom one, I really encourage you to toggle that on. I'm going to go to the builder access. If you want to limit editor or other roles from having access or from being able to add new content, you can also put the editor, for example, to edit content. They will be able to change the content that is there, but not add new content. For example, add a new image or add a new container, things like that. Code execution, I don't need any code in my case, but usually I toggle that on. As an administrator, I want to be able to add some code if I need to, HTML, JavaScript code, and so on. So usually I toggle that on in case I need it to, though we won't need it in our case today. Templates, we can disable the default template, but we're going to create our own template anyway. You can have remote templates, so I'm not going to toggle that on. The builder itself, I don't want to disable it to save. I'm going to be working with the default dark mode. That's because I'm working in dark mode in Windows, and I want to keep it like that. We can disable the element spacing. I'm going to keep that on. I'm going to enable the tools that are in the structure panel. If you've never seen the structure panel, we're going to see that later on. Don't worry. But I'm going to toggle those tools on and those as well. They're going to collapse unload. And, well, no, not collapse unload. Expand active element when I scroll into view. So let's do that. Most of the blocks, the elements will be blocks. That's okay. Could disable REST API, but I won't do that. And let's say that's about it for this tab. Performance. I usually disable emojis. We can disable embeds inside the builder. We can still enable that, but if I don't use YouTube videos and so on, we can disable that. And I don't have any videos on that particular page anyway. We can disable Google Fonts if we wanted to. In our case, we're going to use one Google font, but I can show you how to load it. So we can disable that. There are some issues with GDPR and things like that, so it's better to load it locally on your own website. Lazy loading, we could disable that. I don't want to. jQuery migrate, yes, I want to disable that. Cage query loops, why not? We don't want to use any in our case anyway. Add IDs and classes just as needed. I want to toggle that on so it won't add any class or IDs if it's not required. And I'm going to put the styles in an external file. It's always better. And I think that's about it. API key, you don't need anything there. And custom code, not for now anyway. So let's save that. So these are my own settings. Of course, you might want to have different settings in your case. So you can regenerate file, but we don't have any yet. All right, so talking about fonts, we have our custom fonts here. So in our case, I will have to check, but we do have two different fonts. If I go to my Elementor here, let's go in my site settings. Sorry. And we do have one traditional font, let's say it like that. Oof, my browser has just crashed, so let me just reopen that. All right, sorry about that. Looks like I'm asking too much of my browser, too many tabs open. I have another window as well, so hopefully that won't happen again. All right, so let's say I want to go to my site settings. Has nothing to do with Elementor or bricks, by the way, just that I had too many windows open, probably. So if I want to go in my global fonts here, I don't have anything set up, I think, in those. Oh, yeah, I have the Adele font here. And there as well, in my text, I use Verdana, which is a standard font. So in accent, I think I don't have anything there as well. And if I go back here for typography, I think that I'm using just those as well. So if I typography here, it's Verdana, and I use Adele for my headings. So let's go. Adele, I think from memory is I don't remember if it's a Google font or a Typekit font. Let's see. Adele font. That's a Typekit font. That's not a Google font. Okay, so let's try to download it. Of course, this is if it's an Adobe font, you will probably have to have an Adobe account to be able to get it. So I already did. I'm going to open the one that I have on my local machine, but this is where you can get it if you have an account. But that's really optional, of course. If you don't have access to that, just use any other font. That's perfectly fine, okay? So let me get the same font so it looks the same way when I do the migration. And by the way, I just want to show you that also in Elementor, I did use custom fonts. So the principle is not just good for bricks. If I go into Elementor, custom fonts here, I had already loaded. Okay, Guild Sans. Yeah. Sorry, Guild Sans here, and I'm not even sure where I used that. Not in that page anyway. I don't think so. I do use custom font, but I had to use an Elementor. I had to use an additional plugin. Where is it? Here we go. Made by Brainstorm Force, the ones that created Astra. So, and I did create here my font. So let's say, is it project? Not the project ID, sorry. Oops. I hope I didn't leave it. Right, so little mistake by doing the edit project. I shouldn't have done that. So let's just take a look here at the fonts that I have in Adele. So I do have, I think I just have the regular version, but let's take a look. So I have the regular italic, semi-bold, semi-bold italic, and bold, and extra bold. So I'm gonna reuse the same ones. Uh, Let me do that. Let's go into bricks here. I'm gonna add a new font. I'm gonna call that Adele as well. And now you can see that I can insert different fonts here. So let's go with, I surely have the regular one. So let's go with the regular one first. So I'm gonna edit that. Regular is already added by default. And what I have, let's see, regular is the OTF version. So I don't have OTF here. Let me see. Right, so sorry about that. OFC font does not support, OTF font, sorry, is not supported. That's an older format. But I did find how to use that in bricks. So you see here the link, how to use Adobe Font since 171. You need to have at least that version. So that's easier than I thought. Don't need to upload all of that. Just need to use the correct Adobe ID. So that's what I'm going to do right now. So let's forget about, sorry, this one. Let's forget about that then. Let's move that to trash. Gonna get rid of that. And simply go into the settings and API key. We have the Adobe fonts right there. So I'm going to use my Adobe font kit here. And let's save that. And now I can move on with my fonts. So the easiest way possible. And of course, Verdana is a standard font, so nothing really to do here. All right, don't need any sidebars, so let's move on with my page. Oh, yeah, let's first install ACSS and configure it. So just notice that I forgot a little thing. I need to sync my font first for them to appear. So here we go. Now my fonts are synced. So let's go into my plugin now, and I'm going to add ACSS. Like I mentioned, let me just find it on my computer. So I'm going to upload ACSS. There we go. Install now. I have the version 2.4.2, but by the time you see that, maybe 2.5 will be released. Let's activate the plugin. Let's enter my license key. Maybe inactivate. And now it is activated. So before changing the settings, I'm going to install Plaster as well. In my case, this one is totally optional as ACSS, but even further in a certain way. So I'm going to add a new plugin and let me install Plaster. Latest version is 1.15. So let me install that. Sorry. Again, activate it, and I'm going to go to enter the license key right here. So the tweaks, by the way, I always keep it like that. You can toggle on those things if you want to, bigger margin padding if you want to, checkerboard on color blob, no, widens input box, easier for variables. So that's going to be okay. I'm going to enter my license key, though I think it's not required, but anyway, let me add that. Activate license. And here we go. So now let's move on to automatic CSS and change some settings. Did I click on it? Okay. All right, so I'm not going to change a lot of things here. I'm going to keep the default viewport and default things. I'm going to change, of course, my palette colors. So let's take a look at what we have in Adobe. So my colors, the global colors that I have here, I'm going to use those. Yeah. So primary color here, it's going to be this one. Boom. Then I'm going to use secondary, and I have colors as well somewhere else, but let's say I'm going to use those here. So this is for the Adobe fonts. I'm going to close that. Don't need that anymore. Okay, so secondary, we might not use it the exact same way though. So we'll see. So let's add them for now. Accent color. Going to use it the same way here. Base color, which is probably my text color, will be black. Well, I could just drag that like that. Contextual color, no, I'm not going to use those, so I can toggle that off. It's going to take less space. Same thing for my action color. Don't think that I'm going to use that, so I'm going to toggle that off as well. Let's go to typography. So font size, that's okay. I'm going to leave it like that. 16, 18 pixel, that's okay. This is the size that I have here from memory. Let's see. Typography here. Of course, it's different because Bricks Builder uses 62.5% by default, but I think it's going to be probably the same thing. I have 16 here for the body text. I thought that I had changed that, but let's keep it like that for now. We'll see. Spacing, I'm going to leave everything like that. We have content gap and so on. Let's leave it like that. Container gap, grid gap. Container gap. I think I'm going to use it like that for now. We can change them later on. Button functionality, don't want to change anything here. For now, anyway. Additional styling, accessibility, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to keep it like that. What I want to do, change CSS smooth scrolling. I have enabled that in Bricks instead. I can fix paragraph headings if we need to. Variable expansion. This is just when I type variables, it's going to be faster to type. So I'm going to show that to you later on. I'm going to activate the Pro mode. Pro mode will remove most of the classes because I'm not working with classes really. I create my own classes. That's what I mean. I'm not using ACSS classes. We're going to use the variables instead. So to save some space, some weight, I'm going to toggle on the Pro mode. And it's still going to keep some classes that we can use here and there, and that we can toggle that off if we don't want to, for example, the grid class and so on. Going to keep it like that for now. But at least I'm going to toggle on the Pro mode. And that's about it. I'm going to save my changes. And now we are ready to go. So we're going to, of course, create our own style guide and so on based on the other one. But let's say I'm going to create a new page. Oh, yeah, before creating our page, we're going to create our header and footer. So sorry about that. Let's go get out of that. And we're going to create our templates first. So I'm going to create my header. And of course, I'm going to create my style guide at the same time. So I'm going to say header here. I'm going to publish that. You don't have to publish it, I think, before opening Bricks. But anyway, let's exit with Bricks. Like I said, I'm going to start by creating my theme styles here. So I'm going to create a new one. Let's say we can use default. We can use OFC because that's the name of the site. Let's go with default. Oh, sorry, forgot to click on plus. Create. And by the way, if you're coming from Elementor, that might be the part where it's confusing. So let me explain that a little bit more. We have kits in Elementor that we can create in the back end. Same thing here in a certain way. We can create style guides, but if you don't apply it, you need to set a condition, because if you don't apply it, it will never be applied anywhere. You will see them in bricks, but when you go to the website, you won't see them. Why is that? Well, because you forgot to set a condition. So first thing, we need to set a condition that will be on the entire website, because of course we will have just one in our case. So it's going to be the entire website, but you can change that for a specific page, specific type of page, and so on. What I'm going to change here, so the site layout, nothing to change here. The colors, we can enter a color here, but we have already created primary colors and so on in ACSS. So no need to redo them here. Default content margin, we're going to use the CSS one as well. Default links, do we have specific for links here? Yeah, I'm going to use the primary colors. So let's click on typography color here. And you see now I'm using this ACSS shades. I'm going to use the global one. We can also use the, for example, the primary one if we want to have all the shades of it and so on. But I'm going to use the global instead. And I'm going to also set that, I think, to be my, click on the pencil, and to be my default one. So I don't have to click on that every time. So let's click on this. Gonna save that right away, because from memory we need to refresh to have that as the default one. So let me refresh my page. Let me go back here to my theme styles, and here we go. So now nothing else really special, I think, to change here. Everything is default. Oh yeah, bold by default for my links. So let's change here my font weight to be bold. Let's say 700. And that's about that, I think, for this section. What else? Typography. So font size, we have already set that into ACSS, but it takes the same value as here. So nothing to change here. My base body color will be the black one. There we go, black. Using the variables, by the way, of course, you can use the colors instead. If you don't use a CSS, you simply use the color. You can create your own palette color here by clicking the plus, and you can own as soon as you enter a value. For example, if I wanted to use black, not using a CSS, what I can simply do is put the hexadecimal value here. Go to hexadecimal value if you wanted to. And then we can add it by clicking on save. It's going to add it to the current color palette. So that's why you should create your color palette first if you want to do that, or use the default one that comes with bricks. It's not there anymore, but anyway, that comes with bricks. You can add it to that one, but then you might want to remove some of them. So maybe it's a better idea to just create your own. The font size, we have already set that into ACSS. Font family, the base one will be Verdana. So Verdana is not installed. Okay, that's not a default font. That's true. That's true. So let's add that in our fonts. Hopefully, I do have that installed on my system. So let me look for that. And I think Verdana is a default font in Mac, but not on Windows. All right, so strangely, in Elementor, it puts that into my system font because I do have that installed, but not in bricks. So I'm going to have to manually add it. I'm going to go into my, let's say, I'm going to right click and say add in a new tab. And I'm going to go, well, back in my dashboard, sorry. I will have to add Verdana manually myself and my custom fonts. So this is not something that was planned, but anyway, let's add a new one. Let's use Verdana. And I'm going to edit that. The one that I have is a TTF, so let's upload my TTF here. So I'm going to drag and drop. Hopefully it's going to take that. Well, okay, here we go. So select, and I want add any font variant. I think it's going to be like that. I don't have any other font variant anyway for Verdana. So let's leave it like that. And I'm going to publish my font. All right, so now if I save that here and refresh, I should have access to Verdana. So theme styles, conditions here, sorry, typography, body, and let's take a look at the font family that we now have. We have my Adobe font, we have my custom font, and then the standard fonts. So let's add Verdana here. All right, here we go. Now back in business. Right, 16 pixel was of course handled by ACSS. We could put that here if we wanted to. If you don't use ACSS, you can put that. You see that by default it's 15. You can jump that to 16. We'll see later on if we need to do that, but it shouldn't be the case. Line height, I've set that to 1.5 EM. So let's see, line height. Here we go. We could do the same, 1.5 EM right there. And that's about it for now. Let's go into the links. We have the other color for the overstate. And do we have anything special here? Yeah, it's going to be bold. I think we already set that, but not 100% sure. Did we set that in automatic CSS for links? Let's go with typography here. Headings. Maybe we'll have to change that number later on. No, we didn't set that. All right, so for body text, that's okay. For headings, we're going to come back to that. Do we have links here? No. Okay, not specifically. So my headings now. My headings are going to be Adele every time, uppercase for the level 1 and 2, and I think 3 is not set here, but should be, because first page that I built was not in H uppercase for H3, but most of the time it is. Like in this case, it is. Even H4 here are in uppercase, so I think I'm going to add that like that. To be uppercase. What else? One rem. So they're all gray except 3 and 4 are black. So let's go with what is common first. So gray 46, 46, 46. I don't think that I have set that anywhere. So let's go with all headings. And I'm not sure if I have exactly the same color. So let's manually put that just to be sure. Font size for all headings, of course, not going to change. We're going to put the font weight to, let's say, 700. We might change that for a specific font size, H3 or 4, for example. But let's go with what we usually use, uppercase, same thing. It's easier to override than to change that for each of them. Okay, color, uppercase, and weight is already set for all my headings at the same time. Now, nothing special here to change for H1, H2, 1.75 rem. We didn't set the size for H1. This is going to be the H1 here. This is an H2. So I will have to check the size of it. Let me just, if I can preview changes here. Let me check. So my H1 color, Adele, of course, uppercase. Let's go with the calculated font size here. It's going to be 64 pixel. So, of course, I have controlled that with ACSS. So I could go, but I think ACSS controls all the headings at the same time, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm a little bit hesitant to change that here. Not comfortable enough with ACSS so far, so let me change that here just to make sure. So 64 pixel, and I know it's better to use REMs and so on, but don't want to take the time to calculate that. It should be 6.4 though, since we are using the 65.4. So yeah, let's go with 6.4 RAM. Shouldn't be too hard to understand, because since we are using 62.5, it's like one RAM is 10 pixels. So 64 is 6.4 RAM. So you can put it the way that you want, but I'm going to do it like that. What else? H2, 1.75 RAM. So 6.5. It's going to probably be too big. Anyway, not sure that the size here will be the right one. Anyway, let me just go back here. Because of the way that Bricks handles the font size, you see here 21.5. So let's say 3 RAMs, let's say. So we'll see later on if we need to change that, but I guess that should be pretty much the exact thing. Letter spacing 1 pixels. So letter spacing, here we go, 1 pixel. It's okay to use pixel here. No margin. H3. What do we have with H3s here? And then again, bold, nothing special. So using the default size, but we'll see if we need to change that later on. Verdana here, 1 rem for H4. And that's the only one in Verdana, by the way. So let's take the time to change that. Heading 4. Font size is 1 rem. Font family will be in Verdana. Anything else? No bold. Not sure, and I don't change that later on. But anyway, let's say with no bold here. Verdana, we don't have the choice right now. Anyway, that's about it. H5, we don't use any from memory, but still, we can set it right there. So Verdana, bold. Verdana as well. And font weight. Well, we will have to manually bold it. But anyway, that's okay. And we'll see for size later on. We might have to change that, but that's pretty easy to do in Bricks. So what else? Section, I know that ACSS will change the section for us. We'll see about the space if we need to change that, but that should be in ACSS. The width, 1100 here. For the container, do we change that in ACSS? By the way, don't think so. So spacing, it's something else. So I think we really use the same. Okay, well, here we go. Website width is there. What is our website width in this particular case? Let's see. Layout 1200 gap 20 pixels here. So let's use the same thing. I'm putting that into ACSS here. But of course, if you don't use ACSS, you can put it there, 1200 pixels in the container right there. That's going to be the same thing. All right, so let's leave all of those like that for now, and we'll see if we need to change anything else later on. So now I'm creating my header, so let's work with that. Okay, so let's look at what we have on the Elementor side. So let me just get out of there. And we'll look at the header. Oh, I have a little hard time because I have a background here. Well, here we go. I'm going to do it that way. Main header. Post header is different, but that's okay. Let's go with the main header. So what we have a background image, that's for sure. We do have one section here with our logo, and then we have our menu here, and we also have a donate button. And you see here that I have another menu grayed out. That's simply because, well, if I show it to you right now, this is how it looks like on a desktop. And on a mobile, I changed that so that my button here on template is still part of the top, but on mobile, I changed my menu so that it's part of the menu here. So don't know if I'll do that in bricks. We'll see. But that's why we see two menu in Elementor. Then we have a custom field here. So like I said, in this particular case, I won't put it as a custom field. And notice that it shows second here in my navigator, which is the equivalent of the structure panel. So the main header is first, though it shows after. Okay, and that's the best way to do that because, of course, my main header, my H1 should come first. So need to check here if it's in this position or the other one. So that's the other one that I changed. So here in my advanced settings, I set the custom order to be -1 for the first heading. In fact, so the second heading, which is visibly first, I set it to the order to be -1, so it comes before the rest of the content. So more about that later on. And then I'm using, like I said, Jet Engine to show the text. Also change the main title here, by the way. And also the featured image. Don't know how it looks like. Two things, but anyway, it's the featured image that goes there. We'll use static in our case because I don't want to go into custom post types, but I could do that as well, of course, with bricks. All right, so let's start with the overall section with the background image. So I already have my page created here. So let's create a new section. And you see I have plenty of space. That's simply because I am using ACSS, like I mentioned. If not, you will have the container inside the section, of course, but no empty space around it. You will see probably some space on each side, depending on the size of your screen, but not top and bottom. So again, if you want to change that, and I will change that a little bit later on because we don't want to have that amount of space on regular sections, yes, but not on the header in this case. So I'm going to change that later on. But let's go with the section, and I'm going to change my background here. So I'm going to set a background image. I'm going to go get my background, insert that, and now you see looks like that, but it's smaller, as you can see. No, okay, this one is about the same size. I thought I added different, but maybe not. I'm going to put that to full size though here. And it is set to cover by default, so I'm going to leave it like that. Could set the repeat to no repeat, by the way, but it's not necessary to do so since the background covers the entire section. It will never repeat anyway. All right, what else? We have, of course, our main navigation. So here it was built with sections because I took a template, by the way, that previously existed. So this one was created with sections. So sometimes you will see the old section element with intersections. Couple of places like that. But of course, we'll do it differently in bricks. So what do we need? We need our logo. So we can set the logo right there, but we haven't set it in um, in the settings. So we will have to do that, or we can simply insert an image, of course. So let's see. I'm gonna select an image here. I'm gonna insert my logo, and usually, of course, I would put an alt text. I won't do that for this training, but you should always provide an alt text and optionally a title in your image for accessibility purpose. I'm just gonna do that quickly here. So, oh, that's a really big logo. Don't know why it's big like that. Oh, what is the size that I've put it? Okay, looks like I might not have the real version here. Is it that big? Maybe I downloaded the wrong, I resized it somewhere else and downloaded the wrong one. Yeah, that's it. I have the really big one here, I guess. Or even another one bigger. Yeah, that's a really big one here, transparent. And this is the one that I'm using. 206 by 69. So, um, I should change it, to be quite honest. Not sure that I'm going to do that anyway, though, because I want to save time. What can I do? 206, I said, so the width, 206 and 69. So you should do that. You should resize it in your browser, in your software, for example, Photoshop or any other software. I'm just doing that for simplicity's sake. You see, though, that my color is not that good. But anyway, I'm going to leave it like that so that to save time. But usually better to not do it that way. All right, navigation menu now. So let's say menu. If I put it there, of course, it's going to be under. I don't have any menu, by the way. I need to create a menu. So let me save that and come back. I do have one menu that I have created. I'm going to open that in a new tab that I have created just for dummy, but I'm going to create the real menu. I'm going to pause the video while I do that, so I don't want you to necessarily look at me doing that. Create a new menu, save the menu, and then add the items to it. Of course, I don't have any pages in that website, so it's going to be dummy link, just like I have right now. That points to nothing, but let me still recreate the structure. I'm going to pause the video and do that. Right, so my menu has been created, the main one anyway. We'll see for the mobile one later. So let's refresh that. I have my nav menu here, and we need to select. By default, it will take, if I have just one, it will take the one that I created, but let's still select it. So now it's using my main menu. Of course, you see they're one on top of the other, but because by default, all things are one under the other. So let's maybe come to the container here and change the direction to be row. Now they are side by side. I can come here as well and align things together. So that's probably what we have there as well anyway. So let's align that in the middle. And let's go with space between for now. And we'll have to change that probably because of the button that we want to have after that. What happens if I had a button now? Now, oops, on the right place. We can easily move that with bricks. So now you see that I have space between them. They're not next to each other, of course, because we have the entire, I'm not going to use the primary one. We have the entire thing here. We have three elements separated. So each one is at each side, and then this one is separated in the middle. So if I want to put this one closer to this one, I'm going to have to do something else. And maybe the easiest way, of course, there are better ways to do that, by the way. to have this button part of the menu, but look like a button. And you have a video about that with that Kevin Gary has done. So I encourage you to look at his video to in order to do that. I'm going to keep it simple right now and do a button, but that requires CSS and so on. So that's why I won't do that. But I encourage you to go look at Kevin Gary's video about how to do accessible menu with a button like this one. But for now, let's simply wrap that. I'm going to right click and wrap that in a block and simply put my button there as well. Now they are together. Those are going to also be, by the way, horizontal. All right. So is everything all right? What am I missing? Talking at the same time. Okay. Now my button doesn't look like a button. Let's go with primary for now. All right. Okay. I'm going to go back to that one to put it align center again. And of course, I'm going to align everything to the end. I'm going to space those. So I'm going to put a column gap here. Let's say I'm going to use space, I don't know, small, let's say. It's a little bit less than the space here, so we'll see if I change that. What does it look like here? So the space seems to be bigger. So let's go with medium instead. What about large? Is large too much? Well, that's pretty close. Let's keep large. So you see how easy it is to do when using a framework. That's why I do that. And you see that we need to put the var keyword, then space, then a parenthesis, sorry, then dash dash, the name of the variable, which is space L in this case, and we close the parentheses. But as you have seen, since I have enabled, if you remember in ACSS, the completion, I can simply type dash dash space L, we said, hit enter, and it's going to add the var keyword and parentheses automatically. Good. Don't need to have any row gap now. So my first section is done. Let's go, and I could add, of course, by the way, if I wanted to, in the logo, I could add my URL for the home page. So I don't have any home page right now, but I would put home here, and it's going to select the right page for me, which I'm not going to do right now. All right, let's go with the next thing, which is the section here at the bottom with the image that we don't see right now, but we have an image there as well. This is inside the main thing, so let's go back to our element. All right. So my button is not styled the right way, by the way, so let's, I don't think I have created. Right now it's using the primary color. It's not taking the one from ACSS. So let's go in my team style here and maybe link the colors, the primary color with my primary color, which is, well, this one. The secondary color was this one, and the we don't have any action or things like that. Accent color. Well, let's keep it like that for now. But I'm going to choose, what there's no action. Could have chosen light, maybe. Maybe I'm going to use light since I don't use dark colors and so on. Let's say light will be my accent color. So now if I choose my button here to be light, here we go. I'm going to change the, and I could, by the way, go there and already styles all the buttons. Maybe that's what I'm going to do. Background color will be the accent color. The typography, let's go with the white color. Everything is uppercase, so let's go like that. What else? That's pretty much it. When I mouse over, I have a orange border and white background. So let's do that. I'm going to put a border around it so it doesn't change the size of the button when I put a border on over. So let's put a border around it. Not sure one is going to be enough though, but let's try. 1 pixel solid orange again. And yeah. And on over, let's go with, this is how we create overstate, by the way, in bricks. We click on that button here for the pseudo elements and we choose hover. And now I can style my over style. So what we need to do, oops, I styled the default one here. I should have styled the accent. So anyway, I'm going to keep it like that and just change my button after. So my typography, the color is changing to be the accent color. My background color changes to be white. And I see my borders. So this should be like that when we mouse over it. So let's go back here and let's change our button to use the default, which is simply not styles at all. And here we go. Looks like I don't have my borders, so let's see. Let's preview that just to be sure. Okay, we do have a border, but it's so small. So it's going to be bigger, simply a bigger border than that. So let's go back here. Let's say, I guess 2 would be enough. I don't know if there's a class for that. With, I don't think there's a butter padding border size. Let's see, border size, outline button, border button size. So do we have something set? Why do you always switch back to that? Here we go. Okay. So I don't know what it is. Let's take a look in ACSS. I have used my variable, and again, you can use any number if you don't have ACSS, but I want to take a look at my border here. So buttons and links, custom button text size, button padding, minimum button width, text style styling. I could have changed a couple of things here. Text transform here to be uppercase. I could have done that here. Anyway, button border width 2.5 pixels. All right, let's go with that. Button radius 0. That should be all right for me. Let's see if I preview that. That's pretty cool. All right, so now it was donate, the text on it. So I am a button will be changed to donate. And take a look, by the way, that I don't, some people do that, donate. I don't want to do that. I do that with CSS instead, because if we want to move away and change the way that we write it, it's going to be harder if we change that directly in when we type the text. So remember the styles, we have set it to be, not here, but on the other place, we have set it to be simply, there we go, here to uppercase for all the buttons. So we can type the text in lowercase and it's going to automatically put that to uppercase. That's cool. All right, now what else? For the menu, we need to have a menu style differently. So everything is capital letters again. And we have the text should be the right one, I think. Yeah, should be the right one. Let's style that. Again, I could create classes and so on. I won't take the time to do that. There's no other menu anyway. So let's go to typography. Let's put everything to uppercase. Okay. Also, we do have a little, when we have a submenu, we do have a little triangle here that shows that to us. So let's go and do that. So I have here in my content, I have the top level menu. I have by default 30 margin left. So that's why I have that amount of space. So we could change that if we wanted to. I know it's not exactly the same space, but this is not the type of thing that I want to lose time on. You can always go back and make them as you wish. So let's go with the icon that we have right there. So I'm going to use the, I think it would be the solid one. Let's go with down. And I should have a down triangle like that. So caret. So here we go. So that's it for the little icon that we had there. Now I could change the size of it and so on, the color, if I wanted to. But let's simply change the hover style here for the menu. So when we mouse over an element, we want to change the color. So let's go to typography, color to be the accent color. And yeah, we want that for the icon as well. Looks like it's going to take it automatically. And same thing for active. So it's not the same thing active here as it's more when we have the focus or when we select it. So by the way, the menu builder should come pretty soon, so you have more control over the menu and bricks if you want to. I can always use the active. Let's see if it's going to make it the way that I want. And just to make sure, well, I won't have that anyway. Okay, let's do it like that. So let's deactivate that to go back to our menu. And now you can see it works fine. Now, my submenu is not exactly the same one. Again, you see here we have gray background, we have a border underneath it, and of course everything is capital. When we mouse over it, we have the other green, and we change the color of the font. So let's do something about that. So we have the top level menu and we have the sub menu right here. So don't want to change the background of the entire menu, by the way. If you change the background here, let's say to be, I don't know, like that, you see that the entire background of every element is changed. That's not what I want. I want the submenu item background. So let's change that to be, I don't know which green it is. Is it that one, the darker one, or the lighter one? Seems to be the dark one, but only on over. I forgot about that. So let me go with the shades, let's say. And the lightest one seems to be this one here, shade light. That's pretty cool. Of course, now my text is in white. I don't want that, so let's change the typography color to be the base one. There we go. And we want to have a border, as we said, so border here. We want that only on the bottom. So we on the bottom, solid, and let's use that dark green. Cool. All right, now when we mouse over it, so we're going to use the over state. We want the submenu background to be the dark green. Like that. And of course, we want the text to be, well, was white or a light gray, but let's go with white. So typography, color, and use the white one. And of course, you can always choose a color if you don't use ACSS. Let me toggle that off. And here we go. Great. Okay. So my menu is done. Maybe not exactly the same size for the font, by the way, but that's okay. It's easy to do. You know how to change font size. So I won't take the time to bother with things like that for now. All right. Now, other section underneath it, I have an element here. So two elements, three elements, one under the other. And this one here under. So one way that we can do that is create another container underneath this one. Everything here is inside the same container, as you can see. inside the same section. So maybe I could add another container right there. That would be okay. And I don't want to, there we go. It's going to be after this one. Still in the same section. This container will have two containers inside of it because I don't want to have, that could be a background image, by the way, but anyway. Those will be one under the other, and those two will be side by side. I won't use grids for now, probably later on though. So inside of that container, I could use, by the way, the layout here. If you want to do that, that's perfectly fine. Something like that. And it's going to create what it called columns, but it's the same thing, columns and container. So that's what I'm going to use. On the left side, let's go with the main titles. So post title here is already there for us. Pretty big, but anyway, it's white. No, it's not white. Okay, it's dark, but even darker than this one. So this is the header of the page that will be dynamic since I use the post title. We'll go with the different spacing after that. In fact, let me go with this level, the section itself, and add some, no, that's true. It's always on the container. So let me add the spacing, let's say on this one. Yeah, on this one. I'm going to follow the guide that I heard. Put the spacing not on the margin, but on the padding. So let's put, I don't know. I don't want to always go there to look at the right amount. I'm going to go close, but not necessarily exactly the same thing. So, and I don't want to do a pixel to pixel thing. Var, let's say, well, I'll use a var space. Let's say large. What would it look like? Maybe a little bit more than that. It's large. That is probably, well, the space there. Maybe it's large is too much. Let's stay with large for now. Okay, so I have my post title. I'm going to add another, could be a title, could be a text. What we have here is the programs and services. I could say, I could argue that it's a title. Anyway, don't want to bother with that. So let's add a title here. This one is, whoops, I used a post title. Sorry, not post title. That's not what I want. By the way, you see that when we drag something into the bricks interface, we can drag many items because it stays like that, but you have to click on it then to go and style it or change the content even on it. What you can also do is hold the shift key when you drag and it's going to automatically open that. So let me do that. I click the editing, I hit my shift key, drag it there, and you can see now I have my panel already automatically open. I'm going to switch that to an H2. This one is automatically an H1 since I was using the post title. And by the way, I'm not creating a template here, but yeah, I'm creating a template. Sorry, that's the header. Yeah, not the page itself. All right, so that should change on a page-by-page basis, but since I don't want to use dynamic data, I'm going to put it manually in my case. So programs and services, programs and services. And this one, though it's a H2, is not going to be like the other H2, so I'm going to style it. And again, I could create a class usually, but I won't do that right now. Let's say I want to be Vernon at 700. The font size is way too big. If I go with 1 rem, that's pretty small. As you can see, 2 rems, it's probably close to what we have here. 2 rem. Yeah, I would argue. Let's change the background color. Here we go. So, of course, I will have to change the color of the text now. Let's go with white. And I'm going to put a space around that, of course, so some padding all around this. Let's go with, I don't know, I guess something like small and 10 and 15 or something like that. But let's use variable. By the way, you see in bricks that if I'm like that, all the four corners are unlinked. In other words, I can type different values in all the four boxes. If I click once, the opposites are linked. That means the top and bottom and each side are linked together. And if I click again, now all four sides are the same. So if I put 10 pixels here, it's going to be 10 pixels all around. All right, so I'm going to go with opposite sides in my case. And I'm going to go with, let's try space. I think we have XS. We don't. Let's go. I have installed that. This is not for nothing. Space S. Yes, we do. So don't know what I did wrong. So small is still pretty big. Pick small. Okay. And probably use small here. Space S. Cool. Is it too big? The text seems to be good. Maybe the space is still a little bit too much. Do we have smaller than that? No. So I could change that if I wanted to, but let's leave it like that. Okay. I could go inside ACSS and lower down the spacing element here to change the multiplier. I don't want to do that. So let's keep it like that. Again, of course, you could do it if you wanted to. All right, so let's use our order element here. So in my layout, I have the order right there. So everything basically is at 0. So that means they come one after the other in the order that we see in the structure panel. So I could move this one below by putting 1 to my header. But then I have to put 1 or 2 in the other elements that come after. So instead of that, I'm going to use just one element that I want to move above, which is my heading, by setting -1. We can go with negative values, so that's okay. Now, I think that my space here is not big enough, so let's go into my column here and make a bigger gap. So let's go with the gap here, my row gap. And again, let's use, now I can mouse over and see that. This is something cool with this plugin. I think medium will be too big for this. So let's go with small. Again, you can type values if you don't use any framework. I won't repeat that each and every time. We have some little text here. So again, I'm going to do a copy paste in this particular case. So let's add, I'm going to add basic text because I don't want to have, and there's one less div if you do so. If you don't style it with CSS and so on, if you don't have links, bold, and so on, then it's probably better to use basic text. So I'm going to paste that right there. For the size, we can adjust later on if we need to in ACSS. By the way, if I want to test this right away, I can do preview mode and view on front end to take a look at what we have so far. You will see that it's not the same size exactly. Why is that? Well, because let's move on to the top level div. And same thing for the above one, by the way. My width here is 1100 pixel instead of 1200. So that means that it keeps my bricks settings. So here in automatic CSS, what you have, with the, was that the viewport? Yeah. This is more of a, I won't say suggestion, that would be the wrong word, but this is what it will be used, and this is my opinion, but what will be used for calculating, because it's using calculations to resize the font, resize the spacing, and so on when you use grids. So I think it is more to tell ACSS which value to use when it does the calculation. So it doesn't take precedence over Bricks settings. That's what I understand. If I'm wrong, just write it in the comments. So let's go back here and change in my theme styles, change my container here to be 1200 pixels instead of 1100. Here we go. So we'll see about the basic text. Everything I think is there. We do have links here. It's not always the case. These are links to sections below. We won't be able to do that, I think. Yeah, we can do that with basic text. So let's see. I will need to put some basic text next to each other though, so don't want to do that. I'm going to use a rich text. It's going to be simpler. And these are the two links. I'm going to do just a copy and paste here. It's going to be faster. Whoa, 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 whoa. Come on. So let's paste that. And of course, I can select that, add my links to it, and so on. I have copied and pasted, so I keep my links. That's what you're going to do with your pages anyway, I guess. So that's perfectly fine. Now I can see that my links are not styled, though. That's what I was wondering. Right now, well, doesn't have to link to anything. We have links inside of them. Okay. So, links. We have links here. So, I thought I had styled it, but it looks like it's not the case. So, color should be orange. Should be bold. All right. So, maybe it is. We just don't see it here. So, what does it look like? No, it's not. Why is that? My links are overwritten by automatic CSS because the body A used the action color, which is not defined in our case. All right, ACSS. So, okay, it's used the action color. Well, let's set the action color to be the same one as the accent color. What was the color hexadecimal value here? With buttons, then I could have used the same one now, knowing that. But anyway, still gonna work. And here we go. I wanted to select shades. What else? We can put that in bold here. So it is supposed to be bold, but since it's Verdana, looks like it doesn't take it. I don't know why. Verdana can be styled that way in Elementor, not in Bricks. Probably because when I have uploaded it, I uploaded only the base font. Let's see if I can change that. Bricks. Come on, custom fonts. I have 400 here. Of course, if I want to add a variant, let's say, I don't know, 700 for bold. Font style, no, okay. We'll stay like that. We have normal italic oblique, okay. So let's edit that, and I guess I'm gonna use the same one because I don't have Verdana bold. Let's see if it works. out of the box. So now if I use 700, which should already be the case, it's already set to use 700, I think. Well, now it's 800, 900. So let's switch that here. I don't see it in bricks. Maybe I need to refresh, but let's see in the front end. Is it in bold? Not sure. Font weight 400, so it's still not in bold. Oh, that's because, again, of ACSS, though. Come on, ACSS, why do you do that to me? Typography, root font size, text, base text, headings, larger multiplier, fallbacks. No. So I don't have any way to style that to be bold here. Text color, base text size, line height, line overrides. So there might be something I don't understand here. Because if I put it bold, here it should overwrite, in my opinion, in my mind, it should overwrite what we have in ACSS, and it's not the case. Of course, I guess that if I do that on the element itself, that will do it on the ID level, so absolutely it should override it. That's surely not the best way, though, because now I'm working on the ID level, and I will have to do that on each and every link, which is not what I want at all. So, and again, I'm not even sure it works. It's still, okay, now it should work, but it's overwritten here as well. Why is that? But wait, 700. Okay, there we go. That's the ID level. So, stuck here. To be quite honest, it might be because my Verdana here isn't working. As you can see here in the preview, they look identical. So my guess is that Verdana, I would need to upload a really bold font weight. So Verdana 700 or things like that, which I don't have. So I guess that's the reason, I would assume. Yes, of course, ACSS does seem to override it in a certain way, but maybe it wouldn't do that if I had the right font. So anyway, I'm going to do it for now like that, putting it bold here, but even if it's not bolded somewhere else, I will keep it like it is. I can refresh it if you want to really see the orange color. And there we go. All right, now let's put our image inside of this place here. Could be a background image, could be a real image. Let's go with a real image, I think we set. So let's go with that one. I'm going to put it there directly. It's easier. My image is this one, and I should put an alt text like I said, but let's keep it like that for now. Boom, here we go. So again, keep it to fill, lazy load, no, it's in the heading, so I should not lazy load it. Caption type, custom alt text, I should put it directly on the image. Everything seems to be fine. All right, so this is my header. I'm gonna remove some spacing, as I said, on the top and bottom, so the default one that I have is too big, so I want to override it right here. You see it's padding, using padding, 120 padding. Using some calculations in ACSS, I'm going to override that. Let's say, what space do we have here? Probably something like small on the top. And this one's going to be overriding it anyway here, so maybe I will simply leave it like that at the bottom. No, that's true. We have some space here, so no space here. So, space. And as you can see, I don't always use plaster when I'm used to it. Let's go with small one at the top and 0 at the bottom, space 0. Let's say, boom. And I'm going to have a negative margin anyway for the other element that comes after it. So that's it for my editing, at least on desktop. Now, if I take a look at that with my mini menu here, and by default, what it looks like in bricks. So let's go with iPad mini. You see that it didn't change my menu. So let's take a look at the menu right now. So mobile menu position, we can have it left here like that. We can have it to the right. So I'm going to leave it left. And then that will all change with the menu builder, pretty sure. But as you can see right now, we only have the option of the left and right menu on mobile, which is a good thing. These are good, but not necessarily what you want in your specific case. So anyway, background, let's use the same thing as I did previously. So shade, let's say the lighter shade, this one. Typography text will be, let's say, beige. Maybe what I could do for the submenu is for it to be, instead of the base color, let's say a dark gray like this one. It's a little bit indented, but that will make it stand out even more. If I go with the overstate, let's go with an overstate. I'm going to do probably the same thing, which was the little menu. Okay, I don't see my color here. In mobile menu, we don't have color. So we have a background color here, but that's for everything. That's what I guessed. We don't seem to have a background color just for that section here. And the submenu either. All right. So let's forget about that. This is something that I would have to do manually from what I see. But again, menu builder is coming. It's going to be better than that. Let's go with the hamburger toggle. So by the way, when do we decide when we switch menu? I think I saw that. Mobile landscape. Here we go. So when do we switch to mobile menu? This should be the regular menu. Well. No. So tablet portrait. Sorry for the dog. Someone's at the door. Okay. So tablet portrait. Here we go. We toggled to that. Now, of course, the look is pretty bad, so let's change the look of the hamburger toggle. So the color is probably, okay, that's the green one. So maybe the dark one. I guess it's the lighter green, but anyway. Close, color close. I think we switched that to the primary color. Close position. Let's see. Like that. That position is all right for me. Okay. Okay, let's keep it like that, I think. And whether we put that donate here, since it's the left side, I think I'm going to leave it like that. That's okay. I'm okay with that. All right, so I'm going to save that. And now let's create the footer element. So for the footer, let's go down and look at what we have right now. So this will be different on each page. So it's not part of the footer, but this part here, I think I have two footer in Elementor because some pages do have it, others don't, but we're going to add it to the footer in our case. This carousel here, and then, of course, all the section that we have down below here is part of that as well. Right, so let's start with that part. Let's start by creating the footer itself. So let me go back. Here we are. So let's do that right from there. I'm going to click on templates. I already have my header. I'm going to create another template. So let's call that footer. This will be, of course, a footer. And I'm going to click on create template. Now I'm going to click on edit to edit the template. All right, so the first part is my white box for the sign up newsletter. So I'm going to create a new section as always. Again, this might be a special section for in terms of the above and below margin or padding that we have in this particular case. We'll talk about that later. So let's take a look at the container itself. So we have the section itself right here as a gray area. And we have a couple of elements inside of that box which has a white background. So the gray area here, if I do the same thing here, by the way, if I go to edit my footer in Elementor, so that gray area, light gray, is F6, F6, F6. So we don't have enough color in the palette that we have currently. I'm going to add a few other colors as well. Maybe add another palette or add it to my existing ACSS probably. So let's add a background color for this one. So style, I'm going to go to background color. And of course, I could use one of the shadow or base color. What do we have in base here? So we have pretty much every color that we want here. So this one could be, yeah, I think I'm going to use this base ultralight. So it might not be F6, F6. I could create another one, of course, with that one. But since I'm using ACSS, I could use this color here. If you want to have it precisely exactly the same, just create another one, F6, 3 times, and then add it to your colors. That's okay. So for me, that one will be fine. And now the container inside of it will have a background color white. Okay. And we have 2 elements, an image and a box. This is a call to action, in fact. So inside of that, let's start with the image. So let's drag that inside here. Forgot to use my shift key. All right, let's select the image. This is the image. And again, I would use the alt text usually. All right, so the image is a lot bigger than what we need. Let's go with 300. And again, I won't check thing by thing to make sure that it's exactly the same. I'm going to use some padding inside that container because I don't want my content to be flushed. So let's go with some padding here. I'm going to use the same padding on all sides. Let's say space. And yeah, I'm going to use my plaster here just to have a preview. So let's say medium goes like that. Yeah, I don't know why my image is always stuck. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That it's not. I don't know why. Didn't I check that? Anyway, when I come here again, looks like it's not using that. So large, yeah, large will be the one that I'm going to use. So I don't know in the preview why it's not showing all the sides, but anyway, this is what it looks like. Now I'm going to add another container here to have my 3 elements. So container, and of course now we see that they're going to be one under the other. So my container here needs to be side by side. I could have used also a grid, 1/3, 2/3. So that would be even probably easier to use. Maybe I'll do that. We'll see. Okay, so title of my heading here. Oops, inside my container. Sometimes, like I said, I find it easier to simply drag it and drop it there. All right, so this should be an H2, but I'm going to take care of that after. Text here, we could have a basic text. Why didn't you take it? Come on. Don't know what's going on here, but I prefer to do it that way. And the button. Here we go. All right. So my heading is going to be an H2. I'm going to say sign up for our mailing list. Sign up for our mailing list. All right. My H2 is not in bold. Shouldn't it be in bold already? Let's see. Did I miss something here? Font weight. I thought it was already by default. That's why I didn't put any. The H2 and all headings. I forgot to change the family. Adele. All the headings should be an Adele, but looks like not this one. Yes, no. Okay, maybe. All right, let's go with that one. Let me just check. Because it doesn't seem to be the same font. Content here. Title, typography, default. So default should be Adele. Unless it's not an H2. Let me see. This is an H2. Okay. So why doesn't it look the same right here? Right, so I don't know what exactly is going on here. I have my Adele font, but when I view it on the website, if I refresh here, what I see is actually where are you? Where are you? Where are you? It has changed Adele for Adele Web, which doesn't exist. So you see how my font is looking like here. And if I get rid of that dash web, you see it looks now exactly how it's supposed to look. This is how it looks like on my Elementor website. So There seems to be a bug here. I don't know why it adds that dash web font. So I'll have to probably write and point that as a bug, probably, or something like that. Because we don't need to have, or we must not have that dash web, which of course probably reverts me back to the default font. No, it's still using some form of Adele, but maybe not the font weight of 700. Yeah, 700 is not applied now because of that Adele web instead of Adele. So that's probably the big issue here. So I don't know, it's on Adobe's side, but there's no Adele web anywhere. So that's pretty strange. Portada, portada. Not all the versions are included. Semi-bold, extra bold, heavy, condense. I don't use condensed. So that's really strange. That's really strange. So anyway, we'll have to keep it like that for now. Hopefully, at some point I have some corrections. So it looks like Adele and Adele Web seems to be applied, because if I turn that off, it really goes to a completely different font, which is, I don't know, probably Verdana, because I've set that to be the, yeah, the font family here. So it goes back to Verdana if I deactivate that. That's logical. So, so it does apply Adele Web. It does apply a font, but possibly the default font, which might even be Times New Roman. Let's see. Uh, where do I have that? Come on, point me to the right place. This is not what I wanted. H2, where are you? There we go, buddy. Okay. Mhm. So it's not the default font either. So anyway, I'm going to keep it like that for now, but I have to check. Seems that only this is somewhat the right font, but since it doesn't have the exact same name, it doesn't apply the bold effect to it. So I'll have to keep it like that for now, and more on that later on, hopefully. For our elements here, okay, so I'm going to go to my text next. I'm going to copy and paste my current text. Here we go. My button is using the primary. I think I'm going to use the light one. No, no styles at all. Here we go. Okay, there we go. This one now is using the subscribe word. We want to have a gap of, let's say, row gap. And I think I was using the medium space. And then I want this entire block here to be centered, aligned center. But it looks like it's not high enough. So what's the size of my 286? Let's change my height here. 86 pixel. Might be because I have the other problems. I'm gonna put some space here as well, of course, between my two blocks. So let's go with the column gap. And this one seems pretty big, so I guess XL or XXL will be the right size to put there. Am I in the right place? No, this one. Okay, this is the one that I want. Column gap. XL or more than that, even more than that. And honestly, it's even more than this. I can use that space though and change the width of the element here if I wanted to. So maybe that would be a good place to try to work with grids. Let's see. If I change that to grids instead, and I use a grid of 1 FR and at least 2 FR, but I'm not sure that it's going to be enough. What's going on here? Okay, I just noticed that I have a little error here, so I don't know why. I put a container here by mistake. This should not be a container. Container are inside sections, but if I want to do something inside of that, this should be a block. So let's convert that to a block. Hopefully, Bricks allows us to easily do that. So now I have a block instead of a container. That should help me, especially if I want to change something. So for example, if I want to change that to be even smaller and go maybe with grids instead, I'm gonna remove that column gap and direction, and let's go with grids instead. And if I use, I don't know, 1 FR and 2 FR, let's see. Okay, let's see how it is. Let's go with, if I divide that in bigger section, let's say 3 and, I don't know, 5. This is closer to what I want. Even this is even closer. Maybe 3, 4. They don't need to be exactly identical. So announcements. Yep. Not exactly identical, but that would be good. Okay for me. So 3 FR, 4 FR, to divide that into sections. That would be satisfying for me. And we'll take a look at the responsiveness later on with that. But let's go with that. Don't need to really specify a gap because, of course, as you can see, there's already a natural gap because of the size of the box as opposed to the size of the real image. So we are okay with that for now. So that was because of my block here. All right, so my container, I think I forgot to put the border around it. So let's go with that. Border, box shadow. I'm going to go there. I'm going to put a border all around it. At least 2, if it's not 3. Let's see. Solid. There we go. And I think it was a darker one. So should be something similar to that. Here we go. Okay, looking good. Next step. This box should get out of the gray area. So now back to our section. Of course, by default, we have a big gap in ACSS, which you might not have if you don't use ACSS. I'm going to change those values here. So first of all, I think I'm going to put padding to 0 at the top. And at the bottom, I'm going to use a different value here. So let's say Large probably is not even enough. XL, XXL. Let's go with XL. It's not exactly the same thing as what we have right now, but I think it's XL is a little bit too much. So let's go with that. That's okay. Again, I'm okay to be not exactly pixel perfect. I could be, of course, if I put the same values manually here, I could be pixel perfect, but that's not the goal. Now I need to put that out, so I will need a negative margin. So I cannot use a negative var, I think. Can I? Let's say, if I have XXL, can I put minus that? No. Okay. So I'm going to put a negative margin here at the top to make it stand out. Let's say, I don't know, I'm going to test. I think I'm okay to go with pixel here. So let's go minus 200. Why doesn't it stand out? And you know, when we do two things at the same time, we teach and we test. Sometimes we have strange things like that. So let me just check that. This container needs to get out of the section itself. Really tired today. I don't need to put the margin top on the section, but on the container itself. Sorry. Looks like I'm pretty tired today. And I think that 150 will be a better value. So now we see it. Still too much. Maybe something closer to that. And again, I can look at my original file to have the exact right value. But that's okay if I'm just close to that. All right. Next, I have a carousel here of logos. So. Do we have a carousel in the bricks? Yes, we do. Let's add that below that. So I will have to have another block here. So let's drag that in a block. Oops, sorry, I need to have an entire new section. So let's wrap that in a section. Do I have section? No. Let me add a new section. And put my carousel there inside of it. Get rid of that block. Here we go. All right, so carousel, I don't have any images. Let me add some images. Let me pause the video and add some images. All right, so I have uploaded some logos. These are not the real final logos, by the way, but still, for example, that's going to be fine. So select my images. Let's go with all of those. Insert. All right, so media type. Okay. Document multiple images. Settings. Height. Adaptive height. Let's see. That's pretty cool. Items to show. I think we had something like, I don't know if it's 5 or even more than that. I don't have my original one, but it was probably closer to something like that. 8 or something. Item to scroll, that's okay. Effect slide, align item. I would say that it with that number of elements, that's going to be probably that. Center mode. Yeah, they're all centered one with each other. What else? If I don't do that, they're still centered. So center mode is okay. Here we have those little buttons, the arrows here, and if we say center mode, it changes to show the part of the other logo. That's not what I want. Autoplay, of course, I want that to autoplay. Pose it over, maybe not. Stop on last line, no, because I want a loop. Um, what else? I want to get rid of the arrows. So images, image side default. Since we have 7, that's going to be pretty good. Show arrow, no. So that's about that. Don't want to show the dots either. It's not activated. So, all right. Of course, we have way too many, too much padding here because of the default of the section. So let me see. What do we have? Probably something like a space, small space. We still have a space, but small one. Oh, okay, there we go. All right, that's pretty good. And I have my carousel. Next part is the green section that we have here. The big one, big green section. So if I look at my original Elementor here, so I have a top section, which is this one. So this is really 3 different sections. I was wondering if it was one section with many containers inside, but I really did that as 3 different sections, and I think I'm going to do the same. Yeah, I think I'm going to do the same in bricks. Again, I didn't take the time to practice that, so maybe one big section with different elements inside of it would be better. But anyway, I'm going to rename those, by the way, call to action. So it's going to be easier to know which one. Carousel. Here we go. I like bricks. All right, so let's add a new section. So this first section is going to be 4 different columns. Okay. So, and we have a little border that separates them. By the way, sorry. So let's go with my container here being a grid. Let's go with grid again. This time we're going to have 4 different sections that are the same size. So let's do a repeat 4, I said, 1 fraction to have 4 different columns. Great. Those 4 different columns will be separated, of course, by a gap. So I'm going to add the content first, and then I'm going to see the gap. I have a pretty good idea, but still, I'm going to wait a little bit for that. My section, this section is going to be with a green, dark green background. So let's do it like that. Primary background. Okay. Now, first one has a logo and few elements here. So these are probably in Elementor icon list. Don't think we have the equivalent in bricks directly. So we'll have to manually create that. So let's go here. I'm going to close a couple of... that was because I was doing some research about the issue with the font. This is my original one that I don't need. Let's close those. Here we go. All right. Let's compute them. Right, so my logo here. Let's add our logo item there. Let's do a shift drag to go directly to the content. Let's select my image, which is my logo. Here, again, I have a really big version. So I'm sure that I have cropped it, resized it before. Let me see. Do I have to resize the version somewhere? I probably do. Let me find that. All right, so I have found and uploaded smaller size logos. So I'm going to use that one as well for the editor, I guess, later on. So let me select that. Good. Now, underneath that, I want to have my icon list. So What do we have that it could be similar here? We have the icons, of course. The icon list. We do have one here, so let's try that. Mhm. Yeah, I'm not in the right place, so I should have created a block first for each of my columns. So my mistake here. Pretty tired today. Sorry about that. All right, so icon list doesn't look at all though like what I want. This is really for social media, so they should have called that social media icons or something like that. If I change that, let me just see. Twitter label. If I say phone, can I still use that? Maybe I say phone. And I use my phone number, which is 45 881 1960. And then, of course, I change my icon to be the phone icon or something like that. That's a branding one, so I need to choose this one. Something like that. Okay, that's pretty close. Um, so hopefully, yeah, I can put them one under the other. So that's pretty close to what I want. Icon is a little bit too big, but I'm going to change that in styles after. So let's do the same thing here. So that will be, looks like a fax icon. Is that it? Yeah, fax. All right, so that will be fax 415 again, 981 1962. No background color. And finally, Instagram will be replaced by the regular icon, which is envelope, I think it's called. Yep. No background color there again. And label is info at ourfamily.org. And these could all have links. Yep. And they do have links. So let's say this would be an external URL. I'm going to use a mail to, and I'm going to use the same ourfamily.org. These also have some links attached to it. Sorry. These use the tel so that we can tap on it on a telephone. So 9198. And let's see if I use the white color. Does it apply to it? No. I want them to be white, but looks like the link color is taking precedence, so we'll have to do that differently. Yeah. Of course, Specs is working now because I didn't put any, and I cannot put really color on this one, by the way. So let's keep it like that. We're already white anyway. Oops. Okay. So pretty close to what I wanted, justify content to the left. Space between those is a little bit big, so there's probably spacing right there. So 5 pixels is the default. If I put that to 0, okay, this is the spacing with the so spacing element here is already at 0, but if I say 1 pixel, wow, okay, so can I put negative value? Let's say minus 20 pixel. Okay. Well, I'll need to check somewhere else for that. There's probably, here we go. We have a default padding here. And I'm gonna get rid of all this padding. There we go. Now we can put some more spacing. I don't know if 5 pixel is the right one. I put 10 pixel. Yeah, I prefer that. I'm gonna have to put some spacing here though. In this container, this block, so let's add some row gap. Let's go with 20 pixel. 10. Can just leave 20. Yeah, it's about 20. Okay, which is the default in Elementor. Now, how can I get rid of or overwrite this color? Let me check here. So my link color is taking precedence here. Boom, 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 buddy A. So this one is the color that takes the power. And my variable color here. Okay, that's the border color. So if I try to put white here, let me just do that again. Oh, I do have white already, so it should be somewhere. Where does it put my color? Right, it puts my color to the LI itself, so of course my A takes precedence now. So I could override that with CSS, and maybe that's what I did in Elementor as well, by the way, so maybe I had to do that as well. So let's see. I'm gonna go with the styles there, and I could create an overall class. That would be the best way to go, but since I want to go fast, I'm gonna do that on the ID level. Yes, I know it's not the best place, but let's do it anyway. So. Let's do that here. Root A, let's say. Color. Here we go. Overridden. Okay. Good. Next column, we have a menu. About menu, that is a manual one, so I'll have to create my about menu, programs and services, and press and media. So I guess that I already have that in my Elementor here. I should maybe install something to be able to export and import elements, but anyway. Let's see. Um, so, okay, no, these are not even real menus. Okay, so these are icon list again, I guess. Yeah, icon list again. So, yeah, maybe I'm gonna do the same thing just to go fast. Especially thinking that if you do that in Elementor, that's how you would probably have the reflex to do it there in Bricks as well. Here I have a title which is an H2, but I have probably styled it differently to be smaller. I guess 18 pixels, yeah. So had to follow a design. All right, so let's add another block here. We do the same thing, and add my little heading inside of it. Oops. Inside, I said, inside of it. And there are some keyboard shortcuts to do that, by the way. I'm gonna style all my text instead of that. Hopefully that will work to be in white, so I don't have to do that each and every time. Now looks like my editing is taking precedence again. So I'm gonna have to manually set that to be white. Now this will be an H2, but of course I'll have to change it to be a lot smaller, and it's not even the same font. So I'm going to create footer section title, let's say. Yeah, let's go with that. I know I'm going to have 3 of those, so let's do it that way. With a class, I'm going to take the time to do a class. And now you see the power of bricks, by the way, over something like Elementor when we create classes like that. So it's already like that. I'm going to change the font family. So I'll go with, why does it say Adel Web? Okay. You see when I switch to Adel here, instead of Adel Web, which is the one that outputs by default, maybe it does a difference. Let's see. My editing here, I don't see it anymore, but can I see a difference? I will have to I will have to add it somewhere. Let's get rid of for now of the negative margin on my section. It was on my container. Let's get rid of that for now so that I can see it. And is it closer to what I have? Whoops. Looks like sometimes my CSS is not loading at all. What's going on here? I don't have the preview anymore. Wow, what did I do? Something broke. First time that it ever happens to me. Let's say if I save that again. Okay, I probably... What's going on? All right, everything seems to be back now. Don't know what happened. So is this the same font that we have? Does it look the same? Pretty much. So if I look at the code now, does it say Adele instead of Adele Web? No, it still says Adele Web. That's strange. Does it make a difference if I switch? Yeah, okay, it's not exactly the same thing again. All right, so still the same bug. So won't do that then for nothing. Okay. All right, back to business. Sorry, just tried something. Minus 100, I said previously. Okay, here we go. Oh, sorry. So here, the font size, font family would be Verdana, I guess. Let me just type the same text, so it's going to be easier to know about that. So about, yeah. So Verdana, I'm going to use, just want to make sure that I don't have Gilsons because that's the one I used here. Font family. Looks like I have another font, Remo. So let's forget about that and let's use Verdana. All right, the size of that font size, I'm gonna go, if I go with 1 rem, that's way too small. That's about it, 2 rems. 2 rem is all right. It's already at 700, so looks like it's gonna stay like that. So that's okay. Everything is inside my class now, so when I reuse that, it's gonna be okay. And that's the difference, by the way. If I copy that, of course, you will say, well, that's simply because you have copied it. But the difference is that if I come here and make a change, let's say I want to increase the font size, you see they all increase at the same time because I'm doing that on the class itself. So that's the big difference between two like Bricks and Elementor. Of course, there are many other differences. The code output, the ease of use, the grid, and so on and so forth. But anyway, block class first, class base first. All right, let's go with the icon list. So icon list right there. I'm going to use, again, I'm going to get rid of those. Now it's going to be easier since I'm going to copy those. Let's use the, I don't know if it's in regular or not. Do we really have? Okay, so arrow. And I think it's more what we call a chevron that we have here. So there we go. Looks more like that. Okay, no background. And yeah, these will be links to pages that we don't have right now. So let's get rid of that. So let's assume these should be internal link, but like I said, I don't have those. So let's go with simple page anyway, just to show it to you. What I need though is to change a couple of things. So first of all, I'm gonna go back to this one, justify content there, and I know I'm gonna have to do like previously where I need to get rid of the padding and typography. The color will not be enough because my other one overwrites it, but let's first of all change my spacing here. That's the space between, well, 5 was way not enough. I don't know why I kept it like that for the other one. Let's say 15. This one is even bigger than that, I guess. Maybe 20. This one is closer to 15. That's about it. Sorry. Okay. Spacing item, we'll see, but I guess it's going to be something like 10 again. I'm going to go back to those titles and I'm going to add some padding to the bottom. I will need a lot of padding because there's supposed to be a big space here. So let's say XL is too much, large, medium. Let's go with medium. Now, for those here, I did create some CSS here, and I regret that a little bit. So let's see. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take that. I'm going to get rid of that. And I'm going to put that directly in the section because all my links in the section will be white. So hopefully that will work. Here we go. So same thing here, but on the entire section. Okay. Good. Now I'm going to change my links here. So let's change this one. It's going to be team. And then I'm going to duplicate that many times. So I have job board. I have Of course, I should change the links, but latest news, since they don't exist anyway. Community announce. Share your story. And finally, contact. All right, so I have a couple. How much? Here we go. Now spacing item. I think this is way too much. So maybe that is all right. Feel that the text is a little bit too big. Let's change the size of the text. So 2 rem is too big, 1.5 rem. Yeah, something like that. 1.75 maybe. Too big a little. Okay, let's keep it like that. Spacing. If I don't put any space, what would it look like? Yeah, I think I'm going to keep it like that. Default space. Okay, spacing item like that. That's okay. Now this feels a little bit too big. So I won't go as small, but let's say something like 1.5 rem maybe. Yeah. 2 rems is too big. Okay, let's go with that. This block here now, I'm going to simply copy, duplicate this couple of times. I'm going to change here for another text. Program and services. Program and services. These, I'm going to get rid of all of them. Well, I could have kept them. That's true. Anyway, I need to change the text anyway. So families support. Latest news will be changed to education. Advocacy. Oops. Advocacy. C. Events. And finally, OFC Community Portal. There we go. Okay. Now this one, we have one more thing. We have social icons. So social sharing, no. We have an icon list, icon box. What is an icon box in Bricks? Let's see. Oh, okay. So didn't know we had that. So that could be similar to what we need here. Oh, maybe I could have used that instead. Not necessarily instead of an icon list, but anyway, some different places. I might use that. Okay, but this is not what I wanted, so we don't have social icons, but, well, icon list, we remember it was like that. But I just want the icons, not everything, so I hesitate with the icon list, but let's see. Come on, hey, stop playing with me. Oops, wrong one. Okay. If I say no label, no background, okay, that's pretty much it. Yeah. All right, Facebook will come first. No label, no background. I don't know exactly the Facebook. This is the one that I want. Here we go. Then we have, okay, I don't know if we have an option to not show the label, but that's okay. Twitter is the second one, that's okay. And the third one will be Instagram, that's okay as well. So already there, and we need to have a new one, which will be YouTube. So YouTube, this one is the one that I'm looking for. Oops. Of course, I would have had links to those, which will not be the case right now. I want to have them side by side. That's okay. Spacing, well, that's okay. Doesn't make any difference now since we don't have anything. So let's keep it like that. The distance between each of them is okay. I'm just going to change the size of them. So the size of the icon, is it? It's not directly here. So let's go with the style. I think it's in typography, I guess, that we can change the size. Let's say if I put that to 2 rands. Here we go. Okay, this is really where I want to change them. Maybe 2.5 is pretty close to what I have. Spacing is almost the same, but not exactly. If I put more spacing here, so up to some point, no, it will not change anything. This is where I need to put that. Okay, 5. That's about that. Let's say I need to put some padding on the top though to make it a little bit lower. So let's go there, and I already have some padding, but I want to have a little bit more. Let's go with a predefined one like that. Oops, that is not enough. This one. Okay. Looks like it's fine. Finally, last one. About here. Let's change that to press and media. I want to change that here to be press release. Log. And I'll need to go in a few minutes. So you won't know that, but I'll have to stop the video and continue that later on because I have a lot of things to do tonight. So, all right, so what it looks like now, I just need one button. So I'm going to add that one last item below all of that. Button. Let's, come on. All right. Whoops. Again, button. I don't know why it's just primary by default always. This is going to be a donate button. I'm going to put some spacing. Again, I could put that on the block. Why didn't I put that on the block? Hey, I'm strange. Like I said, tired. Row gap here. Let's add a row gap. Something like that. Of course, now I know I shouldn't have put any gap here. Icon list. It was under this one here. That's the cool thing. I can get rid of the spacing everywhere at the same time. Boom. So, don't know why I didn't put that on the block. Come on, Nelson. You're too tired. It's time to go. Road gap. It was medium, I think. Yep. Same thing here. Row gap. And then again, I could have created a class for that. But anyway, oops, what did happen here? I didn't click on it or what? All right, okay. So this is pretty much what I want for now. Maybe the one last thing is to add a border on the bottom of this section here. This section here will be, let's say, I'm going to call it this top again, just like I did previously. I'm going to add a little border to it, and I'm going to be done for this part. So border bottom, I'm going to have hopefully 1 pixel will be enough, solid one. And I think it's a white one, but we'll see. Let's temporarily double that just so that we can see the border. It's a little bit too let's put it, I'm gonna just change the transparency. Oh yeah, we do have, that's true. Now I'm gonna use a shade instead. So ultralight, let's say, should be pretty much what I'm looking for. Oh yeah, let's keep it like that. And let me get rid of this one. Here we go. All right. So I'm going to pause that for now, and you won't notice that. Okay, so the next part of the footer is this 2-column area here. So that again will be, in my case, another section. But again, I could have put everything in the same section, put that into a container. In fact, well, I could easily do that. Let's see. What do we have here? We have the top section here. Of course, we have a container inside of that. Now, if I put the bottom border on the container, it will not do the entire width. So that's why I put them into sections. And I think I'm going to keep that same approach because of that border. If it wasn't for that, border separation here, let me just show you the page. Sorry. Let's view a page here because I think that it's not open anymore. So here at the bottom, we have sections with a border that spans the entire width. So then again, if I do that with one section and 3 different big containers, I will not be able to do that border separation. So you might argue that it would be better semantically, and I would agree with that. But anyway, this could be 3 sections. This is still semantically correct to say that we have 3 sections. We have a section with 4 columns, which is a menu and links and so on. We have a kind of an acknowledgement or privacy statement, and we have then the copyright. So these could be argued that these are 3 different sections as well. So you decide for yourself, but I'm going to do it that way because of this border. So I'm going to I think I'm going to simply copy that one so that I have the same border at the bottom, the same spacing and so on. And then I'm going to get rid of some blocks. So I just need 2 blocks on this one. And I could use the grid again, but when we have the same size, it's also good to use Flexbox. It's easy. So one or the other, it's really up to you whether you want to use the Flexbox here. If I copied and I still want to use the grid with the same time, the same space 2 times, same thing here, I could do it just like that. So really up to you. So the first section here is pretty much just some text, so I can copy that. Whoops, sorry. I'm going to copy the text here. It's going to be easier. So here we go. So I'm going to get rid of that image, that content here. I'm going to put some, I think I'm going to use this time the, well, I'm still going to use the basic text because there's no formatting inside of it exactly. Oops. Again, I have a hard time today putting things in the right place. I don't know why. All right, so let's, this will be a div tag. That's okay. It's not a title or anything like that. Let's change the font size here. Well, let's start by changing the color so it's going to be easier to view. So we'll use the action or the accent color. It's the same anyway. It is in capital italics, so font style italic. Seems to use the other font, so I'm going to change the font family to Adele. I don't know if it's going to keep it. Hopefully it will. I'm going to increase the font size, so let's say 2 rem. What about that? Seems to be pretty close to what we have. I'm going to put that in bold, though I know that it might not look like that on the front end, unfortunately, because of that Adele web issue that we have. So anyway, I'm going to add another little text here, which is my kind of notice, if I can say it like that, that little note here. So let's copy that and paste it here. And this one will be in white. Also in italic, but a lot smaller. So a font style italic. This should use the regular version of font. Font size. Sorry. What about 1 rem? It's a little bit small to 1.5. Oops, 1.1. Okay. 1.2 is about the same size as what I had. So I will be able to keep that. And then again, we have some font size here again that we could use. Maybe I should have used those instead. Text S, and for example here, text medium or large. So really up to you. Again, one or the other, depending on if you use or not um, framework. Sorry, doing two things at the same time. Next part, same thing. We have just text basically. So I'm gonna use a rich text here because basically I want to have paragraphs, and I could of course use regular text, basic text, but if I do that, I will have to create BR tags. So that's really up to you. Put manual paragraph tags as well. But I assume that you might not be a coder, so let's do it that way with the rich text format. So again, this text is way too big. This is the regular size, I know, but in this particular case, they wanted to have a much smaller font size. So probably something like that, again, would be pretty fine. The spacing between the containers here is going to be a lot bigger than that. So we have a gap here that we didn't use since I'm using a grid. Of course, if using flex, I wouldn't have to do that for the columns, the gap columns. So let's say, again, probably something like XL or even XXL would be the space to use here. All right. So that's pretty much it. Now the next section of the footer, I don't need to have a border on that one, so I could decide if I wanted to. Oops, I just found it. Okay, yeah, that's because I copied it. So top middle, let's say. And I could copy that one if I wanted to. Let's say, yes, I'm going to do that. So bottom. Of course, in this particular case, I don't want to have the bottom borders, so I could get rid of it. Also, we have also 2 columns there, so a lot less content, but still. So basic text here I'm going to remove that typography while I'm there. and it's going to be the copyright information. So here we go. This is going to be, well, seems to be pretty much the basic size. I could change that to a paragraph, let's say. And it's going to be in white. On the other side, I'm going to use a rich text. I'm going to keep the rich text. The reason that I'm going to do that, these are links separated by a pipe, so it's going to be easier to put links, or probably not possible to put links anyway on basic text. So I'm going to do it right like that. So my links, accessibility statement, I'm going to get rid of everything. Accessibility statement, then a pipe, privacy policy, another pipe, and coronavirus plan. So these will be all links. Since these are links to page that doesn't exist for now, I'm just going to simply put the number sign just to create the link itself, the link tag, but of course it doesn't go to real page. So for this text, these are going to be links. So it sees that as a link. We're going to just put them bigger. If I use the default size, get rid of that. So that's perfectly fine. So these are linked, but these are in white anyway. Just doesn't seem to put them in bold, so don't know if I can do that. We'll try, but I know that Verdana seems to 700 doesn't seem to work. But anyway, that's a fun issue that I have. So basically, this one is working fine. Of course, this section now is pretty much way too much space. So let's say it's going to be pretty small at the top. So something like small, I guess a little bit. Okay, medium. Medium seems to be good. And at the bottom, it's large. Is it too big? No, that's about okay. Maybe a little bit. What's the difference between those two? Okay, let's say large. All right, so that's my footer. By the way, I forgot to put my template settings where I want to use this template. Same thing for the headers. So I need to come to the conditions here. So settings, template settings, then add a condition to put that on the entire website. I'm going to have to do that with the header as well. So I think that everything is fine here. So let's go back to edit my header template and do the same thing, template settings, and add a condition to add that to the entire website. All right, so now if I go to any page, let's say if I go back to my settings here, so this is just a preview, but you see that my header is going to be there. So let's go take a look at, let's say we have some default page here, my sample page. And we already have the programs and services, the title, so on. I think that I'm using the wrong font here though, but anyway. Programs and services is not the right font, but beside that, everything is fine. Of course, this is too high, but simply because we don't have any content between the two. So that's fine. Maybe this is too big here, so I will have to check why is that. But anyway, now let's go with the creation of the page itself inside of my builder. Now, just before that, maybe it's a good idea to go and fix the font here. That is not the right font. So let's exit the header. I can do that from the front page here. Exit content header. Of course, I could have gone here and edit the template as well. So let's just come here, H2. So the H2 is using the Adele font. This particular case, we will want to use the Verdana one instead. And here we go. I also forgot to mention, I think, by the way, at the beginning of the training, that what I really recommend, if I didn't mention it anyway, I'm going to mention it now. What I recommend is that you start with a new website. Yes, you can, of course, install bricks and then try to make sure that nothing breaks. And I would probably go on with the same site if you have a lot of other plugins, if you have WooCommerce installed, for example, or if you have already set up a lot of things, then okay, maybe keep the same site, do a backup, of course, and probably work on a staging site if it's a live site. But if not, I really recommend that you start from scratch and that you copy a fresh content from the other site to the new site in bricks. So, new page. Again, I don't have to leave bricks to do that, by the way. I can always come here to the pages, and that's one of the great things. Just like in Elementor with Control E or Command E, you can open the Finder. Well, here you can always create new pages from there. So you can edit pages that are already existing, or you can create a new page by clicking just that little plus button here. Give it a name, in our case, Family Support, and click Create Page. And it will create a page, but you can create more than one. If I wanted, for example, to create all the pages for the menu that I have at the top, I could do so. But if I want to simply insert that specific page that I created, I can just click on it, and it's going to take me to that page. All right, so now looks like I have something wrong here. I don't have my top header. Looks like it didn't take... Oh, you see here, by the way, my page is not published because I did it from there. I can publish my page. It's going to just show that to you the first time. I'm going to edit my template. Looks like my condition is not applied the right way. I don't know why. Did I forgot to save? No, entire website here. I'm already editing the template. Yeah. So, what's wrong? I don't know. Let's open back my page here, Family Support. Strange, strange, strange. Let's add a little dummy content, let's say. Here goes my text. If I save that, if I preview my page, I do have everything, so I don't know why it's not showing inside. Of course, I don't see my text here because this one is on top, but that's really strange. I don't know why I don't see the header in bricks. Better get rid of that page. So, anyway, that's not a big issue, but it's probably the first time that I see that again. A lot of firsts here in this copy of websites. I don't know what's going on. Maybe that's the site itself because I have some little things here and there that are not working as expected. I don't know what's going on. Um, Nothing special. I don't know. Strange. Pretty strange. I didn't disable the header. No, nothing happens. It's strange. Anyway, we know it's working because when we preview it, everything's fine. But this is still pretty strange not to see it in the right place. So Family Support is the title. Everything is working as expected, except it's not exactly the right font. But anyway, we know why. So I'm a little bit in wondering now if I should create the dynamic things while we do the modification. And by the way, we have already passed the 3 hour mark, I think. So that's going to be a really long video. I told you a couple of hours at least. Well, we're more targeting 5-6 hours and maybe more. So that will be a really big training. I hope you will like it. And of course, I'm going to add some uh, code to be able to jump from chapter to chapter. But that will probably be the most comprehensive and the most complete example. I wouldn't say course, but example on how to move one page to another one. And of course, I have some content that you might not have, but that allows us to see many different situations. So I think that I'm going to go with putting dynamic content there. So I'm going to go back to my template here, my editing template. And I'm going to change my mind and change this image for a dynamic image instead. So, of course, I could keep that one there, but we won't see it. So let's get rid of it. And instead, click on that little thing here and say featured image. So here we go. I'm going to say full because I know that all my image should be resized anyway for this place here. So that's going to be okay. So that's it for there. The post title is already dynamic. And I'm going to use dynamic fields for those as well, I think. But of course, I need to do some steps before that. So let's go with installing. I think I'm going to use ACF. I'm using Jet Engine in my original Elementor page, but Jet Engine is not free. Not everybody will have that, so I'm going to go with ACF. Probably the free version should be enough. So let's, oops, not upload, but install a plugin. ACF. Does it work? Oops, add new. That would be better. And I know that it was Advanced Custom Field, but they have renamed it to SEF because now it's more than just custom fields. So of course everybody knows Advanced Custom Field, so they kept the same letters, but they want to name it more ACF instead of Advanced Custom Field now. So let's install that. And we know with the latest version, we can now create our own post types and taxonomies directly even in the free version. So that's what I'm going to do. All right, so with ACF. And by the way, ACF comes with Advanced Themer. So if you use Advanced Themer instead of Automatic CSS, as I mentioned at the beginning of this video, you don't have to install it because it's already there. Unfortunately, for now, it's not the version, though, that you can create your own post type and taxonomies. Hopefully they will update that pretty soon. So you might have to still install that version. You can override that. They say it's compatible even if you install the free or pro version of ACF, your own version. So it should be fine. To be honest, I don't even have to create post types or taxonomies though. So yes, Advanced Themer, the version that you have with that will be enough. Because all I want to do, as of today anyway, for this training, is to add custom or options inside a page. So I will have, let me show you what it looks like if I open this page, let's say, the page that we are working on in WordPress, not Elementor itself. What I did with Jet Engine, but I can do the same thing with ACF. So you see here in the main section, I have main section, which is the text that we have above the title, and the text that we have there, which is exactly the text that we see here at the top. So this text here, and this, now I have I have, I think, a regular text, basic text, and a rich text, but I'm gonna use just one rich text for everything, like I did with Jet Engine if I use ACF. So let's do that. So new field group, it's gonna be some options. So I'm gonna call that options. The field will be a text, regular text. Let's say I have called that the main title, but let's say subsection would probably be a better title here. Default value, no default value. Nothing special here. By the way, this post type is equal to page. I just want to show that there. I'm going to add another field, which will be the intro text, let's say it like that. So I'm going to use the WYSIWYG editor so we can add links and so on. And this will be the description text that will be at the top. So let's save that. And now if I open my page, I must not open that in bricks. So let's edit that before editing with bricks so that we have access to those two elements. So my subsection here, programs and services, and I'm gonna copy what I have here to be my content. That's the page. Here we go. So I already have my links. And my featured image, I'm going to set it here as well, which was this image. Set featured image. I think it's pretty much it. So let's click on the update. And now I'm going to go with edit with bricks. But I'm going to edit the header first. So I'm supposed to see header here and be able to edit that. But anyway, even if I don't, let's do that from here. Here we go. So programs and services, I'm going to get rid of that text and put something that is dynamic. So let's use ACF, I think is at the end. Is it the case? Custom field, ACF. Here we go. So subsection. Post title is already all right. And this text, same thing. I'm going to get rid of this text here. And I'm going to use instead at the bottom, I could type probably the description text. Let's save that. Open up my page again. Family support. Oh, sorry. I forgot also. I'm going to go back. I forgot to add my... no, featured image was already added. That's true. I added it first. So, okay. That's all right. Forget what I just said. Go back to family support. Now I can refresh this page here, and you see using exactly the same thing. Family support, program services, all the text is there. Maybe I should have one space here though, but that's about it. And if I want to use a space here, let's say, this is the original one. Don't touch that. Don't touch that, Nelson. Don't touch that. Let's go here in the page. And is it doing? No automatic paragraph. So that's why I'm going to do it that way. Hopefully it will keep it. If not, I'll have to do something different because I want to have an empty, or not an empty, but some spacing here. I want that space to be kept. So will it keep it or not? No, unfortunately. Strange. So let's put an empty paragraph. I don't like doing that, but for simplicity's sake right now, let's do it like that. All right. Now it's back, by the way, to, I don't know why, to having the wrong font. So let's edit that with bricks, but I'm going to edit my template first. I don't know what's going on. Sometimes it looks like it didn't save for any reason. So let's see. Yeah, still Adele, which is supposed to be Verdana. I did save, but maybe sometimes I have two tabs open, I don't know, with the same thing, and I may overwrite by mistake. I don't know. All right. Cool. Ready to work. Let's go back to my page. Still in the editor. So ready to do the page now. Oh, everything's fine. Edit footer here. We can do that directly from there instead of going there, but I don't know why the editor itself is not appearing. Little bug maybe that we have in our case. Just want to go to my page setting, make sure. I think we already checked that. Yeah. Disable footer. Disable editor is not disabled, but still not visible. Anyway. All right, so before moving on, I just noticed one major error, and the reason why I was not seeing my header and why I had problems. I just noticed by looking at my templates here that my footer is all right, but my header is actually a content template. Okay, the header is the name that I gave it, so okay, I gave it the name header, but in fact, you see that this is a footer template, but this is a content template. So that's what replacing it at some different places, and it's not doing what I want at all. So I cannot change it from here. From what I understand, I can edit, but I cannot change the type of template that I have. I can change a condition, but I cannot change the type of template from here. So I'm gonna have to go directly into my dashboard, and from there I will be able to click on my template and edit my template. If I don't edit it in bricks, I will be able to change that from a single to a header template. So don't know why I did that. Like I said, sometimes when we talk at the same time, we forget different things. Now, if I go back to my pages and edit my family support, now everything is working as expected. So I have my header now that is visible there. And if I preview this page and I take a look at my code, you will see that now I have a header, I have a main section, and I have a footer, which was not the case previously. That's how I saw that I didn't have any header. So, all right, now let's move on from there. So the first element that I want to now add is a title here. As you can see, the title goes from one side to the other. We know that in bricks, sections goes from one side to the other, but not container, at least not by default, and not if you are using ACSS on top of that, because we have some gap on each side, even on section. We have some padding on each side. We have few options here, I guess. We can try to insert block and move them outside of the parent container, just so that, because if we, of course, put all of that, should be a section, but if we put all of that as one section, of course, it will have the same color. So this is where it starts to be a little bit tricky. So I'm going to do it as I did it. But well, you see that in Elementor, we can create one big section, and then my container here, since it can be box, you have the option of being box. So that's what makes a difference. If I put it full width, of course, it's going to follow the full width. Just like if I do that in bricks, by the way, if my container takes the full width. But if I say box, then the container can still take the full width, which is the section in this case, in fact. But only this editing here now as my color from what I can see. Yeah, my color is on my editing, which is a container. If we take the same word, because it's not the same word exactly, in bricks, they don't have the same definition of container. So this is where it will differ if I don't have the box option here. So anyway, because of that, I'm going to do it differently. I think I'm going to make a section just for the title, and then I'm going to have to create another section for the rest of the content. Maybe there's a way. And if you see that and know about a way to do that, of course, just put it in a comment. I'll be glad to know about that. But anyway, let's go with an heading here that I'm going to put instead of my rich text. Support groups and playgrounds is the text that I want to put there inside of that title. So, oops, not supposed to be all caps, but let's do it like that because I want to do that with CSS, not with copy and pasting. All right, so this is an H2 and an H3. Now I want to style that to be different, of course, and I don't want to do that in, I will repeat that a couple of times. So not necessarily in this page, but in other pages. So I want to create a class. I don't want to do that on the ID level. So let's go back to my section here. And I'm going to create another, I could use, of course, ACSS, but I don't think that I kept the classes for the background and so on. I do have background here. Oh, maybe I kept them. So let's say BG dash dash. This would be the secondary color. So I could do it like that since I already have a class. But since you might not have ACSS, let me go on and create one class for us. So this section, let's call that, I don't know, title green title, let's say container. And if we use BEM, I think it's going to be like that. Green title, double underscore container. Let's create that. And this will have a layout. I need to get rid of those things here. So because I want to have go full width. So no padding on that. So let's see, I'm going to use a space probably small or something like that. And here I'm going to use no space at all, so space 0. And I don't see it really because this has a negative margin. So let's add a section temporarily so that I can push that down and we can see what we are working on right now. All right, so my green container will have this space. And then we'll have, of course, a green background. So I can use this secondary color. And the text inside of it will be white. So unfortunately, sometimes it doesn't override the color inside. That's what I was trying to do. It's not the case right now. So let's leave it like that for now. And I'm going to go on the heading itself. And on the heading, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to create another class. And we were calling that green title. Now let's use underscore heading. And this one will have a white color text. And by the way, this is supposed to be an H2. Okay, it is an H2. That's fine. All right, so again, we have a Adele font problem, so that's why it's not showing as it should. But anyway, let's leave it like that for now. So now this title, it takes the entire width and it has a little bit of padding above and below. And in this particular case, and not every time, not on every, just on the first one of the page, usually, I will want to have a negative margin top so that it's a little bit above that. So what I could do, I could put that into my section here. But negative margin, as we have mentioned, should not be on the container, on the section usually. But since my section is only that, I might do it in this particular case. But anyway, I don't want to necessarily do that on my class itself here. So I could create maybe another one since I would have that in many pages. So green, well, not necessarily green in this case. So title, let's say margin. I don't know. So that will have a negative margin of 100 pixel. That's a little bit too much. So let's see. I don't even remember what it was. So let's see. It goes a little bit beyond that. I have a little bit more space here also, by the way. So anyway. We see the three people and a little bit more. So maybe something like 40, 45, something like that. Padding here, my container, and my heading. Space S. I guess if I go with medium, that will be really too much. Why does it unchecks that every time? Well, let's go with that medium. Okay. So this is for my section here. I could have my support title, let's say. And then now we'll start working with the other sections where we can have spacing above and below. Some will have background color, some will not. So though this should be part of this section, I agree, but it will be different in this particular case because of those titles, because we want them to be full width. And again, like I said, probably there's a way to do that, but a lot more complicated with manual CSS and so on. So I won't enter into that for now. So first text here, I could maybe copy and paste it from directly from there. So this container here, I can add a basic text because there's no formatting on that. So let me paste that here. After that, we have two columns, two different elements anyway. But before that, we have an H3 here, support groups. So let's add a heading in this particular spot. I am adding, so support groups. This is an H3, that's okay. And looks like we don't have any row gap. Let's add a row gap. Let's see, that's a big row gap. So I will say space at least large, but I assume that it's at least X large. Okay, that's about that. Then we'll need some containers, some blocks for that next section here. Let me get rid of that. So here we have what we used in Elementor was simply an icon box. So inside my icon box, we have the icon, we have the title, we have the description. I had to put a little bit of HTML to make that in bold. So, and of course, I needed to put that into, well, the other one is a container. This one is not because everything is together in Elementor. That's one big element, the icon box. And we have another icon box underneath it. So let's see what we can do here. So let me just check with the icon box if we have something similar here in bricks. So we do have, forgot to on my shift key, we do have the icon, we do have the content and the title. So let's go with that. The icon is a question mark. So let me try to find, probably not in Timify, so let's go question. Don't think it's the same one here. Maybe it's in regular. No, that seems to be the one. Okay. Whoops. Supposed to be there. Link type, there's no link right now. The icon here, and then we have the title, which is gonna be what? Simply, that will be an H4. We'll see how it goes in bricks. So in bricks here, the title is right there. This is a heading 4 again, so that's okay. And let's go with the text that we have here. I'm gonna copy and paste the same text. And well, I should do that in text because I do have some paragraph tags, so on. All right. So the easy way would be to put what here in all caps manually. Of course, if I do that, I don't do it through CSS. So that's not the best way to do it. Can I style just the title here in, yeah, in typography. Okay, there we go. So here, what? So icon, going to be orange. Let's go with the size of the title. So using the default H4, it's in bold, uppercase. So it's clear that this one doesn't have any probably typography for H4. Did I create one? Let's save that and see here for the theme style. Did we create anything for H4? One rem. Okay, one rem is clearly not enough. So what about 1.5 rem? It's going to be 700 here, but I don't think it works. Yes, it is Verdana, so that's okay. But I have trouble with my bold element right now. Okay. So let's keep it like that. Let me go back to my icon here. So if I set it like that to have my icon on the left side, now I can put some spacing. Let's say space. Let's see, medium. Medium is big. Okay, we'll see what the size of the icon increased. Maybe that will help. So what's the size of the icon? Let's say seems to be pretty big here. 60 pixel. So I'm gonna put 6 rem since we are working, remember, in rem usually. Okay, so color will be my action or my accent color, same thing. Okay. Content. Body typography, background, back shadow. Um, mm, 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 mm. Is there one element for everything or not? Just want to make sure. So if I add, I guess, some margin here, let's say 20, it's going to be below that. That's what I was expecting. So I'm going to put that. Do we have that below the heading itself? I don't have any gap here. Maybe we should create our own icon box. But anyway, let's see. So we don't have any control here. What we have a spacing, margin, padding will be for the entire box. So I think that what I'm going to do, I'm going to add that directly to my theme styles here, to my H4 that I have here, because as you can see, there's nothing by default. So let's add some spacing here. So medium spacing, let's say. Is that too much? No, that's about it. Let's say small. Yeah, small, okay. All right, so let's go with that. Mm, 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 mm. Doesn't change. Okay. I have a problem really with my weight. Anyway, so this is for my icon box. Now let's put a container, a block beside it. So we have a couple of choices here. We could try to create a grid, flex box, but of course I could put all the things side by side as well, which will do, of course, that. I'm going to need to wrap that. And if I have this icon box here take less than the full width, let's see. Maximum width 100, but if I go with, let's say, I don't know, 60%, and with that block will be, I'll go with 40%, but I know I'll have to change that because, of course, I won't have enough space. Now you see that my support group is there, so what I'm gonna do there is put that to be 100%, so it takes the entire width. So that pushes the other two below on their own element. Now, did I put any column gap? No, I didn't. So it seems to be a pretty pretty big, because this is how we need to see that because of the background image. So let's see, a gap, space, what is an pixel? And I know I'll have to play with the width because of that. I could do a calc function and so on. Don't want to lose time with that. Too advanced feature for now. So let's just put it really low so that I can see. That's about the size that I want. So, okay. So let's go with 40%, let's say. $5% is not enough, so let's play with that little. Here we go. In that block, I have few elements. I have a text here, which is H3 in this case, and I have a button and a background image. So let's go with my heading, then a button, So my heading and everything is centered, by the way. So my block, I'm gonna put that centered. Gonna put some row gap. Let's say space medium. Yeah, not too bad. Button always puts primary by default. Let's undo that. Okay. So heading, check out the support groups available this month. This is my heading. So this is an H3. That's okay. This one is going to be centered. I'm going to put my background image, and then again, I could create classes for that. Okay, this is the full size. That's okay. Don't want it to repeat, of course, but since it's cover, it should not repeat anyway, but just in case. So what do I have here? It's about the same size, so I'll probably put some minimum height or something like that for the container. Sorry. So 34%. Did I go with some margin and padding? No. Okay, yeah, that's because they're side by side. This particular case. And I think I'm going to undo what I did because here I want to expand that box. And if I try to do that here, for example, stretch, it's going to stretch it differently because of the alignment that I have. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to wrap that in a block, put that in the block with it. Now this container doesn't have to flow anymore. So this one, if I wanted to, I could remove that 100% as well. Now this block here has two elements inside of it. So this one needs to be changed horizontally. Now I'm going to have to put a column gap. So space, let's say large or X large. Or even I won't put any gap. I will simply put them to each side. Okay, push it like that. This one, I'm gonna stretch it so that it can take more space. Now it's too much space, but I'm still gonna do it like that. So what about this one? With 55%. Looks like I forgot to undo that. So 35%. Here we go. Now it's pretty good. This one needs to be center aligned. All right. So maybe I'm gonna put that gap now because they're still too close. So column gap space. Again, you can put numbers, of course, if you don't have ACSS. Let's say large. And if you want to space that a little bit more, because I think it's a little bit close, I'm gonna add some padding inside of this one as well. So let's add some padding on each side. Let's say space medium. Puts that on 3 line, which is, by the way, what do I have here? Is that regular text? No, that's a heading 3. Okay. And I think that's my case here as well. But this one is not Let's change that. As opposed to all the others, it's not all caps. So let's remove that, and now it's on 2 lines. Perfect. Okay. Next one. I want to add another icon box like this one. Maybe I could simply duplicate this one and move that there. Whoops, we're inside the same block. Sorry, I want to be outside this block. There we go. A little map with where. So the icon will be probably a map, something like a map. What do we have? I think it's this one. Yeah. Okay. Instead of what, it's going to be where. And it's intent here. Still going to paste it here, but yeah, it's going to get rid of the paragraph. Okay. There we go. Cool. Support groups. And we do have a little green border here, by the way. We do have some spacing, but the spacing is already there with ACSS. Above and below. If I had another section, you will see it better, probably. Okay, so we do have some space. I'm going to put a bottom border to it. So again, I'm trying to, this is a pretty long video, but so it doesn't really show up, but I'm trying to make it as fast as I can. Of course, still explaining, but I could create classes and so on, maybe. And I don't do that because I want to go faster. Right, so this section is now done. Let's see how it looks like so far. So here we go. We have our support group, things like that. We'll take a look at the responsive layout later on as well. Good. All right, so now for the next section, we're about to build this section here with 4 different section, or I should say card would be the right term. And this is where grids are good. And grids have been integrated to bricks for quite a few times now. So I think it was 1.71, maybe something like that. As of the recording of this video, you can see maybe with the time that it's been at least 2 weeks, if not more, since I started this series of video. So as I mentioned when I started, maybe a new version will be coming out. So Bricks 1.8, sorry, is in beta right now. So I'm still using 1.7.3 because of that. It's still in beta. Same thing for ACSS 2.5 is in beta, so right now I'm still using the 2.42. Also, Elementor has just released a few days ago the version 3.13, which also support grids. It's in beta though, like everything the Elementor does. They start to release that in beta for a little while. So if I go inside my settings here, now, sorry, Flexbox was already activated. Now you have the grid container featured, which is an alpha. So of course I won't use it on that side, but it would have been pretty useful if it's working fine. Don't know if I would have the courage to do it on the live side though, but anyway. So in grids, it's been there for more time. So that's what I'm going to use for this section now. So we already have the section. I'm going to take a look. The section we're about to build is a little light gray background, and we have green borders on top and bottom. So let me check if I had already created those borders. And I could, of course, create a class for that because more than one page will have those borders, but I will not do it for now. I'll try, like I said, to do it fast. So let's put a border here for the top and bottom. So top and bottom, solid, and color was, I don't know if it's the darkest one or the lightest one, but anyway, let's go with the lightest one. For the top and bottom, also for the background, we were using the light green, so this is the white one. I thought that I had added the green, the light green, the light one. So looks like I didn't. Let's go with shades and use the light shade. That's probably the one that I used so far. All right. So now let's add our 4 cards. Let's start by adding one and styling it. We have a light gray border as well. Image, title, content. This is not dynamic, so let's build one and after that duplicate it. So section container, let's close that. Section container. We're going to use grids, like I said. So I can right away put grid. We're going to be building a 2 column and 2 rows. So what I can do here is build, maybe repeat 2 times 1 FR to create 2 equal columns. I'm going to do the same thing for my grid for the row. So 1 fraction as well. If you don't know what that is, maybe I didn't explain it in the beginning of this video. Like I said, it's been 2 weeks, so I'm not even sure. But this is 2 fractions. So in other words, 2 times 1 fraction means 2 fractions. So each of them takes half of the width, the available width. Now let's put some gap between those. And again, I could use ACSS because I'm using ACSS for a few things. So I could use ACSS variable here to have the same space always. And I don't even remember if I used them so far, like I said. But let's do that. I have installed Plaster, so we can use the space medium. We also have content gap and grid gap. Let's see what grid gap is. Did I grid gap here? So it looks like it doesn't change anything. Did I specify any grid gap? Spacing, base spacing, section spacing, contextual, content gap, grid gap should be medium spacing. So that's possibly because I have nothing inside of it. Usually from memory, I see spacing. But anyway, we don't have any blocks right now, so that might be the reason. Let's add a few blocks inside of that. So as you can see, as soon as I add blocks, it takes more. So if I had 4 blocks, still don't see the space though. Maybe I need to use the grid here. So if I use the ACSS grid, pardon me on that, I never used really that so far. So if I use the grid here instead of using the okay, I cannot go back here, but anyway, I think it's applied. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, sorry. I'm really tired. Grid autocolumn. Ah, the gap is there. Sorry. Wow, grid gap. There we go. Wow, okay. Sorry about that. So I can use bricks grid then. I'm using the variable here. Of course, I could have put variable space m or put a value here of X amount of rem or pixel. I would prefer rem, but anyway. So here we go. Now it looks like what we want. Okay. Like I said, I'm going to create one and duplicate it. So those, I'm going to delete them after. This is just because I was wondering why I didn't see them the right way, but now I know. All right, so let's add the image first. I'm going to add, let's add the image right away. This is the one, the first one. Here we go. Title after that, so heading and some rich text underneath that. Oops, I said underneath. Here we go. So let's copy that. I don't like that. I usually put that in lowercase and use CSS or styles to put it in uppercase. Looks like this one was already in uppercase, and that should be in H2, by the way. So what's going on? Don't know what's going on here, but anyway. When we record, oh, by the way, Camtasia has also released a newer version since the beginning of this video. So a lot of new things have come. All right, so let's use the block. Let's put some spacing here. So column gap or row gap. Let's go with the row gap. And I guess we have a gap for that as well. Let's go with the content gap. Again, you can change the values for anything if you want to. My image is smaller than I thought. So, or the gap is smaller than I thought. So yeah, the gap is smaller. So let's go in CSS here and put a bigger gap. Let's try the large one and refresh. Container gap. Large one. Still not enough. You see here, this one is pretty large. So again, this is not necessarily the case for this side, but try to be consistent and always use the same size. So that's why I go with the grid gap instead of trying to change it here, to be consistent throughout all the pages. And now I'm pretty much, yeah, it's pretty much that. Still, my image is still too small. I don't know why. But anyway, we will simply expand it. So object fill cover, figure. Well, looks like the image was not big enough, and I just saw that on the other side. We had to expand it, so I will have to put it 100% here to make it go all the way to the side. All right, so let's go with that. I know that I don't have the right font. Here we have a little bit of bold, so all of that I think is in bold. So whoops. Come on. Why are you doing that? Bold. It is bold. Okay. That's my font again. That doesn't work. I really have to fix that. Know why bold is not working. So anyway, looks like my strong is alone here. Okay. So that's really my font size that is not working as expecting. Sorry about that. Now I want to have some, oh, looks like I hit a key. I need to have some spacing here, but not on the image. So I'm going to put it on the other block. which is the one that has, oh, my image is inside the same block. So what I could do is put the image as a background, which I don't want to do, or just add some, add those two inside a block as well. So that's what I'm going to do. Could be a div, I guess. Div takes the space of the element. Block takes the entire width. So I'm using the entire width anyway. So one or the other probably would do. I'm going to move that one inside of it as well. Sorry, I have problems with my mouse. Now this block will have some gap inside of it. So let's go with column gap and row gap. Or I'm going to put some padding instead inside of it. So there's already some space. Okay, yeah. I'm going to remove that. Sorry. I'm going to remove that gap and add it just to the other one so that I'm flush with it. Because I just saw also that I have a background color here. So let me add the background color, which is white. All right, behind this section here, and I'm gonna add some padding like I mentioned. So let's on the four sides. I'm gonna add space. I think it's space large. Yeah, that's pretty much it. This one needs to have a gap though, so I'm gonna have a gap inside this this column. So let's go with the gap here. That's a content gap. Here we go. I think I forgot to put the border. Border doesn't seem to be necessarily around the image, but then again, can be confusing because we don't see that border as much on an image. So I'm going to put it on the main block. Border. 2 sides, 4 sides. 1 pixel solid. And I think I'm going to need again to use a kind of shade. Supposed to have a little bit of transparency, but it will be a little bit different. Oh, that's already the shades of the other one, I think. Let's see. If I select something else, yeah, we won't see the shade because of that. So let's go with a darker one. Let's go with medium, let's say. There we go. A little bit darker than the other one, but I'm afraid that this one will not be enough, but let's see. With Advanced Steamer, we have a function that allows us to remove the blue border when we are editing borders so that we can see it better. So it seems to be quite great. So I'm going to simply remove the other blocks and duplicate this one instead. There we go. And I'll just change my image, text, and so on. So content here. Next image is this one. I don't know what happened when I tried to copy the content. Bold was not working, but anyway. Okay, this one, next one. Once we have done the first one, the other ones are pretty easy to do and fast to do. Thanks to grids, it helps a lot as well. Makes it a lot faster to work with. Oops. Let's do it this way so we keep the bold. And finally, this one. We'll use this image, this text. And this text here. All right. And of course, we have some space at the bottom, but since this one has a margin top negative, we don't see the space. But since we are not done yet, I won't change it right away. If I go to preview, Beside the fact that the other one is too high, this should be all right. Oops, we have some spacing here. Okay. Okay. Let's fix that. So I didn't put my background color to the right element. I could remove it from my block, but anyway, let's go directly on my, not my container, but each block will need to have the background color white. There we go. This is where, I should have created a class because of that. Now I need to go in each of them and change that. So this is not a course on or an example on doing things like that, creating class and so on, because I want to save time. But of course, you see that once you go back, you don't save time. Right. Okay, looks fantastic. A lot faster to do. Okay, so let's go with the next section. White background, or anyway, white a little bit. White background here as well. So exactly the same thing as we just did. We're going to copy that. Here we have a title. We also have here there are call to actions in Elementor, but we're going to build that differently with bricks. Out of the box, there's no call to action. We can add add-ons for that, but let's build that manually instead. We're going to use grids again. We have 2 columns and 2 rows. So though we don't have the same content here and those 2 rows, it's still 2 grids. 1 grid, I should say, with 4 elements in it. So let's do that. I'm going to add another. I'm going to rename this section here. There's no title here. Okay. I don't know. That's a grid. I'm going to add another section. This one is going to be playgrounds. So let's rename it right away. Playgrounds. Okay. Oops. Playground. I said playgrounds. So for my title, I will have to add it right there in my container. So don't have the choice here. What I mean by that is that I'm going to put it right away. It's play groups. Anyway, not playgrounds, play groups. That's okay. Play groups. Good. That's it. So I will need to create now blocks because, of course, since my editing is in the same container, if I try to use whether I use Flexbox or grid, it's going to take that into account. So I need to make a separation that requires another block. So let's add that. That block will be a grid. Let's add another one inside of it for the grid itself. Oops, wrong place. For the grid itself. So let's transfer that into display grid. So the gap of the grid gap. Template, same thing, repeat to 1 FR for the template and row. We could just leave it for the row, by the way, but why not? Same spacing because of the grid. We used our variable. That's great. Now in the first one, let's go and add we need to add an icon. Now this is what will be a little bit more difficult maybe than in Elementor. And I'm not saying that bricks is always easier to use than Elementor. By the way, one of the strengths of Elementor is its ease of use. There's a lot of drawback in Elementor. Performance, not good coding, and a lot of things. But of course, it's a lot easier to use in many aspects, and we have pre-made elements more than in other tools like bricks, for example. Still, though it might take a little bit longer to develop, we will have a better structure and stronger structure with bricks. So let's go with that. So here we are using, like I said, an icon box. I said call to action, sorry, icon box. Icon with the content. And we have some options to decide whether we want that to be moved under or not. Of course, the icon is on the right side. Left side? Left side? Woo! We'll try to go too fast. I'm trying to go too fast. So let's build the same thing. What I'm about to do inside my block here is use two elements. Maybe I could try to use a div. I never use a div, almost. So why not use a div in this particular time and put an icon in it? Icon. Oops. What did I do? Here we go. So icon. I'm going to change my icon for, that's a question mark. So question. Regular. That's the one. I think so, yeah. Size is about the same size. Of course, I'm going to change the color. That's not the background color. I think that's probably the typography color. Let me test it. Bar action or accent. Anyway, same color. There we go. All right, so now I can put text. Maybe I can put. I never tested it. Let's go. This is some rich text because there's some bold. So if I put it like that, can I have them side by side? Should be able to, even with a flux box. Been working with Elementor for the last few days, so I could put a title here, but why not just simply do it directly inside of the editor here? So let me just copy and paste. I should have done that for that. This will be in H4, so just change that from H4. Here we go. Again, problems with the boldness and so on. So that's the font that I will need to find the answer with that. Spacing, let's go with a smaller spacing here, I think. Not there. Smaller spacing, smaller gap. So column gap, usually I would use the content gap, but that's a little bit too much in this particular case. So let's go with a small gap. Seems to be pretty close to what I have in my original one. Now I'm going to duplicate that block because the other one is pretty similar. Change the icon to be, as you can see here, that's the little map one. As the same that we used above. Map. Okay, map was good, I think, but in another, that's the one. Here we go. Okay. Text. It's going to be where. Whoa. Oops. Here we go. Now for the next section, why not simply use one of the blocks that we have created here. So one of those, let's duplicate that and simply drag it here. Oops, my mistake. Underneath this one. Here we go. No. And am I lost? There we go. Wow. Okay. Okay, little problem here. I just noticed. I didn't think about that, but If I'm using a grid, one grid for the 4 elements, yes, it is divided like that, but it takes the height of the highest element. So no matter whether this one or the other one, those two will have the same height. So this is not what I want, because I don't want to have that big empty space here. So I'm going to divide that in 2 groups. So let's say that I want to wrap this one in another block and then move it outside the other one. So this one is 2 column. This one will have to be as well. So I can remove my template rows. I won't have any, or I won't have 2 rows. So let's go with this one. This will be a grid as 1. I can put the gap right away. Grid gap. Template column. Repeat. 2, 1 FR. There we go. Here we don't have the space, but let's collapse everything and open just those. So this one, I want to have a gap anyway. I don't have a gap here, so let's put our gap, row gap, content gap. Is that enough? This is not enough, so let's go with a large gap. I think is the one that we add. No, that's the extra large gap. So here we go. Now I should have the same gap everywhere. Good. This one, I'm going to duplicate it right away. Anyway, we need to change the content. So, ready to go. This image, change the title, change the text. This is heading 5, okay. Image. Of course, I hope you are watching that at high speed, because it's already more than 4 hours before this part here, so that's a lot. I won't take the time to style the H5 here. I could make them separate, I could style them, but I don't want to spend too much time. It's already way too much. I know that my styles are not taken anyway, so we'll see later, but I will probably skip that. All right, so that section is done. Let's preview that. Oh, that's true. I still have it open here. So, no, that's the old version. Here we go. All right. All right. I must confess, I'm ashamed. Well, Bricks, one of the strengths of Bricks is to be class first, if we call it like that, builder, so that we can create classes and work with classes and apply them to a lot of places. And so far, I've used this pretty much in the Elementor way, where I simply create one and duplicate it. And of course, since I duplicate the one that already has style to it, everything looks okay. But what if I need to come back and then make some modifications later? Not the right way. And in Elementor, we don't have the choice. Yes, we do have the choice. We could create classes, but we will have to manually add CSS code to those classes. In Bricks, we can work way better. But so far, in the reason to save time, I didn't do it like that. But I want to go back a little bit and correct some of those. And in order to do that, between the two parts of the video, I have installed Advanced Themer that I did mention a few minutes ago. And I really put the basic, really basic stuff. It has changed a lot since its release. since the video I did on the advanced themer and how to integrate it with ACSS. That's changed a lot, so I will probably have to do another video. But anyway, so I just toggled on a few features, the ones that we can open in a new tab. That's pretty cool. Doesn't want it to buy it just like that, of course, just for that. But extend global classes and style. I'm going to show you what it is. Find and replace. Don't know if I'm going to need to use that. But copy styles to ID, or ID styles from, sorry, to classes. Am I dyslexic as well? And I like classes when selected. That means that if I select one and every element that has the same class applied to it will have a highlighted border around it. Sorry. This is mainly this one and also extend to the others. So let me show you how it works. Now, first of all, I'm going to expand, or not expand, but export those styles to classes. So, for example, this grid here, my block, I have applied some CSS to it for the background and the border. I can click that new button here and export that to a CSS class. So if I name that, for example, card, I don't know, underscore widget, I'm going to save that. Now you see that card widget is not selected and I don't have anything left. Okay. If I click on it, now my styles are there. I'm going to create another one. And now that's the issue that I'm going to have because both of those are blocks. So even what I just created, maybe I will have to change it again. So I'm going to create one for my image as well, but my block, I'm going to have to do it differently. So my image also has one layout element, which is the width of 100%. So I'm going to export that. I'm going to call that card image, let's say. Now it is exported to it. Everything's fine. This block here, internal block, we have some layout and background things as well. So for example, some padding here. Let's export that. Let's call that, I don't know, card underscore content. Save that. And that's pretty much it. I think the editing and rich text doesn't have any styles applied to it. Now, what I want to do, I want to be able to export those styles to the other card. So for example, this card here, we also have the layout and background applied to it. If I remove those, now looks like that. I have my image also has the layout, of course, and my block here also has the, oh, I don't have anything applied to it. So maybe I removed it previously. So now I want to take what is here, this class, the class content, the card content, and I want to export that to the other blocks that I have here, those two blocks. It's going to export that to probably the other one, so that's why I'm starting with the inner one first. So let's click on that one, and I want to click my expand classes and style here. So global classes, we have the choice between global classes and styles. So style is for specific property that we want, or all the properties that we want to export. I don't want to export a property. I want to really export a class here. In this case, expand the class that I have on my block. And again, maybe it will be better if I can be a little bit more specific in the future, because of course now we have blocks inside blocks. So that can be problematic in this case. We'll see. I'm going to do inside the same parent container. So remember, my block was inside another block, which was inside a container. So I want to target all the blocks inside another block, I should say. But inside the same parent block, that will mean in the same level, which is not the case. So I will have to go in the same container. And I'm going to click extend. Now it has added, and that's what I thought, it has added the class to all of the blocks. So I will have to remove it from the first level block, but that's not too bad if I remove it from there, from there, from there. And this one now has just the card content, so I'm gonna have to remove it from there as well. Okay, because it's only for the content. Now the inside blocks have the right class. Okay. Now I want to change this first level block now. I don't have any styles attached to it anymore, but the others do. So I'm going to export it from there. So I'm going to export. Well, I don't have to export. That's true. I still have it. I just need to apply it again. So card widget. There we go. Okay, so now I want to export card widget to the others. So let me show you if I remove those styles. That's going to be a lot easier because I can do that for the blocks at the same level. So it won't take the nested blocks inside this time. So let me show it to you. So card widget. I'm going to extend, sorry, on the same DOM level. So the ones that are on the same level, in other words, in the same container, just the one on the same level, not the children. So I'm going to extend that. And now you can see that I have nothing here. If I go there, my card widget is applied and I don't have anything in the ID because I removed it first. So everything is all right. And I think that my image now still needs to be exported as well. My block image. Here I have my layout. I need to remove that. I'm going to do the same thing for the image. Of course, that would have been better if I would have done that from the start. This one is all right. So, okay. So let me export or extend. Sorry, what do I always say export? So the image on the same parents container, but now I only have one image. I don't have nested blocks. So let's click extend and here we go. Now I could do that for the entire page. That will target those as well. But of course, again, it would be blocks. So I would have to probably, if Advanced Themer Author Max is looking at that, maybe we could have more specificity. So for example, blocks inside a specific container or things like that. That would be even more powerful. But still, for first version, that's amazing. So for those two blocks, I'm going to have to do the same thing. Well, do the same thing is a big word. I'm going to have to remove what I've done and apply the classes to them as well. So this block here with my two blocks inside. So let's remove all the styles. There's no button to reset the style. That could be a good thing as well. Maybe with Advanced Themer anyway. We're going to remove that. I'm going to remove. And now I'm going to apply the class right away. I won't take the time to do the extend. So this is my card content. This is the card image. And of course the card widget. Okay. Do the same thing with this one. So we removed everything, but didn't apply the class. Yes, yet. Come on. Card widget. Card image. And finally, get rid of those and card content. So yes, I should have done that from start. I know, but at least now I've done that. So forgive me for my sin. And let's move on to the next section. All right, so let's go with the next section, which is the workshops and trainings. So this section should be a little bit easier. We have a grid here at the bottom. We'll use a grid to do that. ACSS 2.5 is coming with the flex grid option that will allow us to do exactly something like that. Having the, well, it's not the case here, but having those three elements centered, because we have three grids, three elements here instead of four. So that would be really cool. But for now, since I have 242 installed, we'll simply do a regular grid and we'll have an empty spot, just like in this case here, by the way. So, by the way, already over 4 hour, almost a half. So I told you it was a journey, long journey. I don't know how many people will watch it through the end, but congratulations to you if you're still there. And of course, by the way, more than a month. I started more than a month ago, the first video of that series. Well, it's a series for me. It's one video for you, but it's a series for me. So more, it's going to be more than 5 hours for sure once I'm done. So anyway, let's go with that. So I'm inside Bricks right now. Remember that I have added lately Advanced Themer, so that's why I have those icons here. And there has been another release yesterday or a couple of days ago anyway that also adds a few icons to the right side. I didn't change any settings, but this is not a course on Advanced Themer, but still a great product. So anyway, workshops and trainings. So we have a top bar here that is pretty similar to what we need except the color. So let's add another section here and maybe duplicate this container here and use that inside this section here. And do I have something else than the actual container? Oh, that's the, oh, sorry. Was too long since I did it. So I'm going to copy this entire section then. Great. Even easier. So it's behind it here. It's going to be workshops title. So the difference will be, of course, the text in it. Workshops and training. Workshops and the trainings. And the background will be in green title container. Do I have an orange title container? Well, let's use that one. And override the color maybe. So, and this is absolutely not the way you should do that. But then again, it's been more than an hour, 4 hours and a half, so let's keep it short. And I shouldn't do that. I should create another class for the container. But anyway. All right, so container, and let's go now with the text inside of it. Should put all of that inside that. Well, this is just the title. Okay, so let's duplicate that. Let's add another section underneath that. Workshops. And we could argue that it should be in the same section, and I would agree. But anyway, like I said, it's been a long time, and the way that I did it, not sure I would be able to separate those. So anyway, Okay, workshops. Little title here. Could be H3, I guess. Yes. Workshops. Some text inside of it. I will go with rich text since I need some bold text here. So let's go with rich text. Here we go. So why is this text not in bold? That's strange. Oh, again, wrong font. That's probably why. I know I don't have the right font. And possibly this font. Yeah. Possibly this font doesn't have the bold text. So I know I need to change that. I need to try to solve that font issue from since the beginning, but I'm so busy these days. Anyway, I'll try to work on that before the end of this video. I forgot that I needed two containers here, so I'm gonna put that into a block, maybe wrap in a block. Let's say. And insert another block after it. So this will be an image, and I think let me just check. It's probably some text and a button with a background image. This is what I'm trying to replicate here. Oh yeah. So this is a container with a heading and a button. So let's do that in bricks as well. So I have already my block. I can use that to do my background. So let's select an image. Sorry. That's the image. Again, I should put some wait. Okay, let's transform that into grid. It's going to be the easiest way. Let's say, I don't know. Let's divide that in 3 sections at least. So 2 fractions, 1 fraction. What would that look like? Seems pretty accurate. And I'm going to put a gap. So I'm going to use container gap, maybe. Yeah. All right, cool. So inside my block here, I'm going to add my title and I'm going to add a button. So heading and button. Calendar. This button uses the... Did we change that? Right. It's about that. I have a problem with my hover here. Don't know what I do. Like I said, it's been so long since I did this site, so okay, no style at all. I don't remember what I've used. There we go. All right. Good. Add all here. Check support. This will be an H3. That's okay. This one is not all caps, so a little lack of continuity here. Capitalize. No, let's just use the no transform at all. Underline. Okay. Everything in the block will be centered. Oops, not what I wanted here. Align self. Let's stretch that. Center it. There we go. And put a small gap in this. So row gap. It's gonna be a pretty small gap. Content gap. Should be all right. It's a little bit more than what I have, but like I said, I'm going for the to be more consistent here from one to the other. All right, so let's go like that. Underneath that, I'm gonna add another container in the same section. Could be another block, but why not another container? Go. Out of that, it's going to be a grid with 4 sections. So let's add 4 blocks inside of that. Blocks. Well, in fact, it's going to be more than 4 blocks. It's going to be 7 blocks. There we go. So that will be a grid. We'll say, oh, well. We'll use a repeat, if I can type that, for 1 FR. Okay. I'm gonna need to have some spacing here between my 2 containers. So let's add some margin, bottom margin here. Something like that, or yeah, something like that. Okay. Now I need an icon and some text. So icon box is what I should need. What do we have here? And I think I've used it above, but then again, might not be as long time for you, but it is a really long time for me. Do I have the icon? Okay, so oh, it is an icon. Okay, thought that it was an image. Sorry. What is that? Page, I guess something like that. Page, paper. No, sheets. What is this image? Okay, file. Oops. File out is the one that I want. Is that the right one? Okay. Seems to be okay. Well, no, okay. A little difference. Probably in one of those file. Oh, this one is completely full. I don't have file out. It's pretty much like this one, though. Really not branding, so let's go with that one. Okay. Size seems to be bigger in Elementor than here, so size is 40 by default. At least in bricks. Let's see in Elementor the size of my icon. And I just saw that I have some at the top. Maybe I could have used those, but anyway. Um, used to be using 1EM, but that doesn't make sense. So, come on, what's the size? Maybe 50 pixels. Was a little bit bigger. Color, my orange action color. Content. Icon box editing. I don't really have an editing, or I have only editing, I should say. I think in this particular case. Yeah. Or that's okay. Spacing, I think it was 15. Four, that's okay. Um, wait, I guess it's something like bold or again, same thing. Problems with the font. I really need to fix that at some point. 18 pixels is the size. It's supposed to be bold, but it's not. So let's keep it like that for now. All right, so let's do the same thing now for the others. Let's duplicate that a few times and simply move them inside the others. Yep. And icon, change text. This one, the next one has some different content. That's okay. That's okay. No problem with that. But we have one list here. Okay. The same one. Not exactly the same one, but that will do fine. I guess it's not user after all. But anyway. Okay. I'm gonna pause while I do that pretty long. Right, so let's put a gap. Grid gap is a little bit big in this particular case. So let's go with a smaller gap, maybe, or about medium gap. Yeah, that's about it. Okay, cool. All right, so this is how it looks like so far. All right, so I was able to solve most of the issues that I had with the fonts. First of all, I have downloaded the Verdana Bold because I had Verdana, but not the Bold version. So they look exactly the same here. So I was able to download it and install it. So that will take care of the bold things that we had. And also the Adele font seems to really have a problem. It seems to be only the Adele font. So I downloaded a similar font, which is a Portana or something like that, and used it instead. So now you see that it looks a lot more like the original site. So this is using the right font. Here, when we have bold, like in the last example, we have bold here. So now it takes bold into account for Verdana. So everything now is pretty much identical to the Elementor version. Just notice that I don't have any space here. So let's add that to this section here. Well, not the section, but the block. So let's add a little bit of row gap. let's use the content gap as always. Put some space here. Sorry. And now we'll be able to move on to the next section, which is this training section here with an image that goes below it, little green border as well. So let's go with that. I'm going to collapse everything and let's go with another section. This section will have a gray background, so background color, let's go with the shades, ultralight. We have a title here, so training. Don't know if I should simply copy, but anyway. Trainings. Good to have the right font now. Below it, we have some text. What we have special here is the width is not taking the full width. First of all, and have an image in the container as well. So let's wrap that into a block so that we can have this block not take the full width. So let's go with, well, I could go there. Width, we have some pre-made width here. Let's go with large. Large block here. Let's add a rich content text to it. And I'm gonna copy and paste my text. We have some bold here. This bold text also has a different color, so do I have access to the colors here? Whoops. Let's add a custom color. Okay, so should use my variable color, but anyway. Since it's not available here in this panel, let's go that way. Seems to make a difference when I copy and paste. It was using bold in Elementor, and when I'm using bold here, not necessarily always working the right way. I don't see my bold right now. Is it showing on the front end? It is. I don't know why it's not showing here in the preview, but anyway, it is showing in the front end. All right, so now let's add some spacing here before I forget that. So row gap, I'm gonna add the content gap. I'm gonna add another block. And inside of that, I'm gonna add 2 buttons. Oops. Inside of that, let's add. This block is going to be like that. Space like that. Each button, of course, will have the default style. They're linked to PDF, so I won't create the link, but just put the text. Let me just get it. Okay, hold that one. And the other button. Why there's a space in my Elementor one? Okay. So the font size is bigger than than my default font. So it should be smaller now. Let's put that. What's the font size here? Oh, a lot smaller than that. Let's say 1.4 rem. Here we go. Now let's put the image in the background. I'm going to put it on the background of the container itself. So, background image. This is the image that I want. Of course, I don't want it to be that big, so let's keep it full, but not cover. So auto, no repeat, and align that to the bottom right of the container. Now, in order to have it go down like this here, I'm going to add the space to the container itself. So here I'm going to use some padding. At the bottom, it's going to be a really large padding so that it goes below the buttons. So this is what I want. My section will have some borders to it. So let's do that. So let's add a border to the top and bottom. Solid border, and I think it's going to be the darker one, though I'm not totally sure. They're pretty close on my second monitor. And I don't want to have any space on this one, the default at the bottom, because of course, as you see here, I have a space below it. I don't need to have the space. Not below, beyond that one, but of course, we're going to have another section later on, so it won't be like that. Here we go. So that's pretty much it for that section. Okay, so we're slowly bringing it near the end now with the next section. In Elementor, we are using call to actions, which we don't have in Bricks. So we'll have to manually build them, but basically this is a box with a background image, title, text, and button, simply. So you see we'll have a little hover effect, really small hover effect, with the overlay, by the way. So we'll have to build that manually. And by the way, Elementor does have a few things like that. That makes life a little bit easier by having something already built for you, which Brick doesn't have, at least not out of the box. You do have add-ons that can do things like that. Why is that? Well, of course, I think that Elementor is more targeting the designers, so this is one reason. But also, Elementor, each time you had something like, for example, a title, a text, it adds a bunch of divs. That's why Elementor is heavier. Yes, because there are many widgets, elements if you prefer, but also because there are so many divs added, which is not the case with something like Bricks. So in Elementor, if you want to avoid, for example, we could do the same thing in Elementor. We could create a background image with text like that, but that will have a lot of divs for each element that we add. So by having a call to action like that, we had a couple of divs for the entire box itself. But of course, that gives us less freedom if we want to change something. So that's why we don't have those things in Bricks, because we don't add, or Bricks doesn't add all those divs for each and everything. And with some plugins, you can, by the way, create your own blocks. So you could create one like that and save that as a call to action in bricks as well if you wanted to. So anyway, let's go on. We'll create, of course, two blocks. We'll create a grid with that. And each of them, of course, will have this content. So let's do that now. So I already have a section. So let's start from scratch and add a new section. This will be, I'm still going to call that call to action since there's no title there. That will have, of course, one container. Inside of that, we'll have two blocks. So I'm going to create two right now, though I know that I'm going to delete one of them to simply duplicate the other one so that I can have a better feeling of how it behaves. That's why. So let's go with a container. We'll use that as a grid. And of course, I could use ACSS for that. But since not all of you will have ACSS, that's why I'm using the default bricks thing. So of course, these going to be two equal. So I can use a repeat function here. So 2, 1 FR. And we'll use, whoops, that's for grep. I'm going to put it on the right place. Here we go. For the gap, we'll use the container gap as we usually do. So it's a little bit bigger. Don't know if I should use another one. What about grid gap? Similar. Content gap, a little bit too small. Okay, let's stay with container gap. So, yeah, sorry, it should be grid gap. It's a grid. They're about the same size anyway. All right, so now in this one, I'm going to do the first box. I'm going to start by adding the background image. Seems to be this one. All right, so I'm going to add an overlay to that. So gradient overlay, it applies to the background. Let's see. I'm going to add, I don't know, shade or something like that. All right, so the color here should be, well, black with some transparency. So let's use the shade here. It's about 60% transparency, so that should be their color here. 60% transparency. I need to apply that to the overlay. And here we go. Okay, so seems to be pretty good on that. On the over, I'm gonna have a little bit less transparency. It's gonna be 50%. So if I go with the over right away, we're gonna do something similar. Do we have 50% shade? 40, 60. We don't have 50. It goes by 20. So let's go with shade trends. I'm gonna have to change that a little bit to 50% if I want to be identical anyway. So again, of course, to the overlay. All right, so that should make it a little bit lighter when I mouse over it. And I don't think we see that in the preview, so we need to go in the page itself to see it. Oh, that's true. I don't have any content, so it collapses without any content. So let's go and add some text to it. So title, some basic text. Let's use basic text and a button. All inside of that. I should have changed the button to not use the primary style by default anyway. Okay, so you see the little over effect. Okay, so now, of course, let's change the text. there. Major yearly events. This should be in H2, by the way. And of course, it should be in white, but I think that I can add that to the block itself instead. So let's see if I put the color right white here. Okay, it looks like works for the text, but heading overwrites it. So let's do that for the heading as well. I'm gonna add some spacing here, some padding here as well, probably big space. So let's see, and the block itself, spacing, I'm gonna add that to the all sides. Let's go with well, let's say large. Let's say large. I hesitate between large and X large. We'll see. Anyway, okay, let's change the text here. Let's add some, forgot to add some spacing here. So let's go with the row gap, content gap, button. Check out our events. So bigger buttons is not always the same size for the text, but anyway, it seems to be closer to this one. So let's change that to be smaller text. Sorry. Typography, let's say small. Yeah. Next one is medium. That's pretty large, medium. Should be between the two. But anyway, let's keep it like that for now. Or I should go with specific. Let's see. If I say 2 rem, it's way too big. So 1.5. It's probably on 1.3, 1.4, something like that. Yeah, let's go with 1.4. Okay. Now this one is done. So let's copy that now. This entire block, duplicate that. And just change the text and content. Again, I should do classes, I know. Again, well, that's one of the reasons why I changed that. So let's say, I'm gonna say, export that and say, call to action. Let's say, I don't know, box. Export that there. And there's been some updates, by the way, to Advanced Steamer that I didn't change, like I said, that I could remove all of those elements here at once. But anyway, let's add the call to action that I just created to this one. I could take the time to do so. So typography here, but let's say call to action title. Call to action title. Basic text doesn't have anything. And button, I could export that as well. Call to action button. And I could use, by the way, the expand function, all the button on the same dumb level. I would say parent container, extend. And now this one has that as well. I remove it from there. Still has the same size because of this class here. So now we're with a class. Cool. All right. One last thing to do will be this image background here with a fixed position, what we call a parallax, and those two columns with buttons. So that's what we're going to build next. So for the last part, we're going to add another section. This will be the, well, this is a call to action as well in a certain way. Well, let's call that, but it's not really important. So that will have an image inside of that, if you remember. That will be fixed. We have a transparency on top of that. We have a gradient here. It's pretty close. Doesn't really look like a gradient because the shadow is really close to another. But we have a shadow here. And we have a big box here with a big space. So we'll have to put a grid gap bigger. We'll use a calc function probably to do that. So let's go with this section. Let's start with the background image maybe. So the background image is this one. So we'll make it, instead of scroll, which is the default, we'll make it fixed. So you see now that it stays in place. We could use the full size if we want to, bigger quality. All right, so no repeat, and I don't really need to do that, but let's put that to no repeat, let's say. All right, so we'll put a gradient overlay on top of that. We'll apply that to the overlay. We'll add the color. So the first color is a shade of our primary color. So let's go with the ACSS primary. We'll use some transparency. I think it's 85 to 75. We don't have 75. We don't have 85. So I'll go from 90 to 80. So first color, 0. Sorry. Second color will be the secondary color. So similar, but 80% transparency at 100%. And the angle is 90 degrees. Here we go. So our background is acting as we want. So let's go and add a couple of blocks to that. Again, I could add just one, but makes it easier to see what's going on if we do it like that. Delete it after. So that will be a grid as well. We'll use a repeat to 1FR for now. The gap will be bigger than what we usually use, the grid gap. So let's go, even XSL is not enough. So let's see. I'm going to use something like maybe calc that size times 2. And it's pretty close. Maybe even a little bit bigger than that. But anyway, times 3 I think would be too much. Well, let's try it, times 3. Okay. So title, some basic text, and a button. Well, let's put the color on top of that one. We already have something pretty similar here, by the way, so we could use our call to action box. Oh, there's already an image behind it. So let's overwrite that. Maybe remove the background image. Can we set that to none? Something like that. Image not found. Would that work? It does work in the sense that it doesn't know what to do with that. Well, let's create another one. Okay, so no background this time. We'll use the color white. I know that it won't work with the title, but this one, call to action, has only the white color, so let's go with that. This one has also a call to action on that. Call to action button. We'll, of course, add some spacing. So, row gap. There's going to be content gap, as always. This is left align, so let's go with here. It's an H2, by the way. And policy and advocacy. Advocacy. Some text. And see more in our advocacy section. Of course, I don't have an advocacy page, but still. All right, that's pretty much it. We have some, I see that we have some space on the right side, on the left side of each of them. So let's go with that one. And I'm going to, did I put any styles on the block? Yeah, just the color. Color is the only thing. Okay. I'm gonna put some spacing on the left side, so let's say large. Seems to be pretty close to what we have. Of course, this is probably already in the middle by default. Don't know if I really need to do that. Just in case the other one is a little bit taller. Great. Oh no, I'm gonna be aligned to the top. Here we go. All right, so let's duplicate that block. We'll see about the space after. Education. Education. More in our schools work section. Schools work section. Now this time, instead of padding on the left side, it's going to be on the right side. So no padding here, but some padding here. There we go. So spacing here is a little bit more. Finally, let's see if I do ×2. Since we have some spacing here. Yeah, let's keep it like that. All right. Now I'm going to put more space here at the bottom to push that because that's the last section. I need to push that more than usual. So here instead of 120, XXL is probably not enough. It's even less than that. But still, I'm going to do something like calc. And I think that's what I did in Elementor anyway, ×2. So that puts a lot bigger space. And that should be it. Let's see. Oops, something's wrong here with my color. What's going on? Okay, everything else seems to be fine, at least for the desktop view. Why isn't my color here working? Looks like it was only some strange caching, because when I refreshed completely, seemed to work. And I'm inside the preview. If I show the real page, yeah, it's working. So I don't know. I didn't change anything, but it's working now. So everything's done. Next step would be to make sure it works on any device. So let's take a look at how we can make it accessible or responsive, sorry. I'll do probably pretty similar to what I did in Elementor. So let's see. If we want to compare, let me just do something like that. So this is what it looks like on Elementor. So this one is a different one from the desktop version, but I don't think I have to do the same thing since we are using grids. Here we are 2 columns, but now rower. Here 3 columns instead of 4. Same thing here. Here the image goes in the background and with some opacity, so we'll see if we do the same thing. This comes into 1 column grid. Same thing here. So let's see if we can replicate that. So if I go to tablet portrait mode, what I can notice here is I don't have any space, so we'll have to do that probably to a couple of places. So there's no, sorry, I don't know if I removed it from the spacing from the container or what. They're supposed to have some space by default. Looks like there's none. So I could add some to the, there's some margin here, but not some padding. So let's put some, I can put that probably directly here. So a small space, but I see that it's not going to be a line anymore. So do we have this problem just here? Yeah. So I'm going to put that there then, just because I don't want anything to be not aligned anymore. So I see there's a bigger space here. Small, medium, even medium space. Surprised. Okay, anyway, let's keep it like that. This is okay. This should be on the top. Sorry, not the top. Between the two. Okay. Support groups. Support groups there, and we have that below it. So, okay. That should be not too hard to do. I have this box, which is, oh, it's not even a grid. So even easier than I thought. Simply do that. And if I want to keep this one smaller as it was, let's say we already have some width pre-applied. I mean, this is probably too small. So medium, let's go with medium. And again, I'm using all those ACSS classes or variables simply to make it faster. But of course, if you don't have a CSS, you can just type values here. I'm gonna make sure that we have some spacing, some row gaps. We have some columns gap, but not some row gaps. So let's put it like that. Content, I'm gonna put it larger. And I'm gonna align everything to the center. Um, mm, 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 mm. What am I missing? This is the other direction. So on the block itself, I should center it. Align self, okay. Oh, I forgot to change that. Didn't even notice that. So that would be my calendar. Of course, text should be there always. Okay. And that block should be taller, so I won't stretch it. But let's see, can make it taller. So the height could be, this is not good enough. That's what I thought. Width, of course, is for the width. So I don't know if it works, but that would be a little bit strange. So if you could use the width as height, let's say a min height of, I don't know, 400, maybe 300. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Next, this is good. This is good. This is good. This is still good, in my opinion. And even then, maybe I could have kept it to the right side, but anyway. This is a little bit tight, so like I already mentioned, we can change that for 3 columns instead of 4. So there we go. And wait for flex grid. This is the problem that we have. So that's the training section. We have already set that to be, well, not the section, but the block inside of it. Here we go. So this is set to be large, so we'll put 100% here. Okay. We'll simply change the image here in the background. The center, bottom center. There we go. And we'll add an overlay to that. So overlay, let's say, most probably white or something like that. Gray or white. Well, yeah, the background is gray, so let's use the same gray as the background. White. Light chance. Maybe not enough. Something like that. 90 is a little bit too much. Something like that. That could be pretty good. Oh, I see that makes a difference here. So let's forget about that and let's put that maybe, if I put that on the training, let's see, will it work the same way? Shade. Like that too. Background. Yeah. Doesn't work since it's not on the same container. Let me see. All right, so here's what we'll do. We could add that to the training, but of course, training is a whole section that spans across everything and the whole width. In other words, if we put it on that, it won't stop here. It will go all the way there. That's not what I want. So I think that what I'm gonna do, I did a couple of tests, and the best thing would be to simply uh, on the container when I'm in tablet portrait mode and below, I'm going to replace the image, and the best way seems to replace an image. Could maybe try dynamic data that doesn't have anything, but I could here come to the background size and say 0. So as you can see, it disappears. And then I'm going to add it to the section itself instead of the container. Okay. I'm going to resize it, put it to the bottom center, and there I'll be able to put the overlay on that one. So since the section covers everything, then I will be all right. So if I put the same shade or shadow on top of that, let's say, if I go with shade here, this is way too dark. What did I had first? Base maybe? Yeah, base, okay. Base 80. Here we go. Something like that. 80, yeah, let's go with 80. So that gives me what I wanted. And below it will work the same way. So it should be okay doing this like that. Let's go with the other things. This is okay. This is okay. This is too small because it takes, well, that's the footer, so I'm gonna correct that after that. So same thing for header. If we need to correct anything, I'll do that after. The rest is pretty good, but if I follow what I have on Elementor, which is not required, but oh, forgot that one here. So container here will be, let's say padding, and we said medium spacing. This could be also below, but let's keep it like that. So those are one column in the Elementor one. So if I want to do the same thing, I can simply come here and it's using a grid. So let's simply say 1FR, and here we go. So simple. Good. I think the space is bigger. So I could if I wanted to, but I think I'm going to leave it like that. Here I'm in 2 columns. Same thing on tablet. We changed that to in Elementor. We have less breakpoints, but anyway. So let's do the same thing here. It's surely a grid again. So let's just put 1FR. And here we go. There are one on top of the other. The space is a little bit too much, so let's use just this one. Good. All right, so probably the rest now should be pretty much good. I'm checking in Elementor right now. If we go, of course, it goes directly to mobile. After that, in Elementor, we have 100 breakpoint here, so we'll see if we change that or not. Here, is it too much? Well, maybe I could switch that to 1 as well. So grid here, 1 FR. There we go. Possibly same thing here. 1 FR would probably be better. So of course I could do that with ACSS again. With classes that says that on different waypoints we go with 1 FR. But I want to avoid using ACSS except when it's to go faster here, because I know that not everybody will have it. So that's the only reason. Container here, 1 FR to have both side by side. Now this one, of course, will need to be different. So maybe again the width will have to be smaller. So let's go with let's say medium. Would be probably between the two, but anyway. Aligned, self-aligned, centered. Well, this time I need to go this direction. Okay. Strange. Whoops. My mistake. Okay. I could leave it like that. I could make it a little bit taller like I did with the other ones. So minimum height, let's say of 300, I think was the other one. Okay. Of course, I could say instead 30 rem. If you prefer to go with rem. This, I could leave it at 2, but let's put it at 2 instead. I said 3, I said. So repeat 2, 1 FR. There we go. This one is all right. This is all right. This is all right. Oops, we have some spacing that it didn't see. We should have the same problem here. So let's get rid of that left padding here and the right one on the other one. When we are at that size and lower. There we go. Okay, we'll have to work with the footer and header maybe after. Now let's do the smaller screen size. So again, this is the header. That's okay. That's okay. We could put the logo at the top. Don't know if it's easy to do. Don't even know if I did that, by the way, on the other way. Yeah, I put it on the top center. So let's see if I do it like that. For the icon box, I could put the icon center just like that. Great. The text is center also on Elementor, but I think that's because I didn't have the choice. I prefer if it's only the icon that is center. So that's great. Same thing here. Would probably do it like that and center the icon. Here we go. This is good. If I want to keep the same thing here. Oh, I'm not using the same thing here. I'm not using an icon box. I don't know why. Strange. Why did I do it like that this time? Strange. Strange, strange, strange. If I do it. Now I am inside a div. Don't know why. That's a problem here. I should have done the same thing as above. I'm not using an icon box, and that's really strange. I don't know why it's like that. Because I think it was a copy of the other one, so I don't understand at all why it's not uh, done the same way. Strange. Anyway, let's keep it like that. All right. This one is too wide. Was it the same case above and I didn't notice that? No, this one is okay. So I probably did something different, which I shouldn't have done. That's why we use classes, to avoid things like that. Let's say at this size, I'm going to simply say 100%. Here we go. This, of course, should be now 1 FR. So 1 per line. That's cool. This is still good. This will simply add some row gap. We could put them centered if we wanted to, but that's okay like that. This is good. This is good. All right, everything is fine except, of course, header and footer, which we'll address next. So let's edit the header. I'm going to first of all switch back to that. Here we go. And edit the header from there. Just like in Elementor. Some delays. Here we go. Okay. All right. So this is all right like that. For the tablet mode, I think it stayed pretty much the same, but let me just check. Okay, family support like that. Text is probably smaller, but something like that, apparently. um, I don't have the place to see all the text because there are some text underneath that. So I'll have to move that down, but maybe not. So we have section here with 2 containers. Second container is this one. We have 2 columns. So let's bring that back to 1 column by doing it like that. So now we have the text, the image here, full resolution. This should be centered. So looks like we have kept here the flex instead of grid. So now we have some width that we need to change, maybe column here. 67%. I will have to make it 100%. And I will have to make this one 100% as well. Okay, here we go. Now I'm gonna center its content. So this image here directly. Need to put that to center. All right, now do I keep it like that? Yeah, I keep it cut like that. Okay. So that's it for the header. Maybe I can add some spacing here though. So there's probably no space in the no gap. Row gap here. So let's add the content gap. I think I'm gonna add more than that than the regular content gap. Something like this. Yeah. All right, there we go. So that's about that for this part. The menu, beside being bigger, is pretty much the same. So let's see. Using an icon. Okay, this is for inside. Top level menu. Mobile menu. This is what I'm looking for. It's not going to appear the same way as an Elementor, but that's okay. The hamburger toggle. The width. Let's see. I don't know. If I put it like that, what would it look like? A bit too much, so let's put that in RAM, let's say. Something like that, maybe. Color. All right, like that color. Okay. The lines are more thicker. I don't know, thicker. But I don't think I can change that here. So close position. So let's keep it like that. This is not a big issue. What else? That's all. Let's go with this view. Pretty much okay. Same thing. That's okay. And mobile. I think that I removed the button on mobile and put it on the menu here instead with the second menu, but I'm going to keep it like that. I can move it up by changing things maybe. What do I have here? So this is a block. This is the logo. So this one, if they are already okay, align like that. So this logo 300 by 100, but changed here. So column gap. Maybe not like that, but smaller gap. And could we, maybe not that small. I think that what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna reduce the width. So maybe 18, well, not 18, but 1.8 rem. 18 rem, sorry. That would put it side by side. That's great. All the rest should already be okay. Okay, so let's save that and move on to the footer. if I can access it from here. All right. Dynamic data is empty. Okay, that's for the other one. So for the footer, let's see. So looks like on this tablet view, it's pretty much the same, except that I have more spacing, a lot more spacing than what I have here. And even then, I just noticed that I don't have enough space here. So I don't know why, but let's change that. Let's correct that. Call to action is this entire box. Container. Container. I have some space here at the bottom, but not at the top. Strange. I should have space, the same spacing everywhere. So why it's not the case? Space large. Here we go. That probably was for testing. Is large enough. Maybe larger than that. X large, X large. Let's see. Yeah. Is that too big? Yeah, it's a little bit big. It's too big. Something like that is pretty good. Okay. So let's see now in the mobile view or tablet view. That's okay. Something here. We have a problem here with the button. Okay. We are using here flex the grid here. So 3FR, 4FR. I'm going to keep it like that there. But when we come here, I'm gonna probably simply put one column like that for the mobile portrait and landscape. Here is going to be center. Can I do it like that? No, unfortunately not. Can I align everything? Align content. Centered like that. Probably add some gaps. I don't know if I've already had some gap, but great gap. Yeah, like that. See, this is still pretty good, but we have a block here, so we should be aligned. This block flex. Does the opposite here. Strange. Strange, strange, strange. Oh, do I have some width applied to it? Oh no, but I do have a height. So let's put that auto. Here we go. Now it looks like what we want. Great. Okay. At least this part. Now the icons, the carousel. Like that is pretty good. What's the settings that we have? We have 50 pixel spacing. We have 8 items to show when we are on mobile, on tablets, sorry. Can we change that to 2, 4? Yes, that's great. Maybe put that space smaller, let's say 30. Need to keep the same spacing. So you're gonna have to put it to 0. Don't know if there's a bug in the visual here, maybe. So let's save that and test for sure to make sure. Let's see. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Still gonna put some space. Maybe 20, just in case. All right. We have 2 columns here instead of 4, so container here. Repeat 2, 1 FR. There we go. We need some spacing here, so we already have, we don't have any gap. Oh, that's surprising. We don't have any gap. Oops. Not on the right one anymore. Okay. Well, we'll need to use some gap now. Great gap. That's okay. Great. Same thing here. Well, we keep 2 columns here. That's okay. And here we go to 1 column, so 1 FR. Space is way too big, so let's put that smaller, maybe something like that. Great. Oh yeah, wrong order. Okay, should put the copyright after, so let's move the order to -1. So not -1, so only 1. So that the other one comes first. Great. Okay, so this starts to be a little bit long, so and the size, I'm going to put that to 1 FR. Put smaller space here, maybe large like that. Those are still pretty good. Should I lower the gap though? So that we can see it then better, maybe like that. Carousel, still gonna be 4, I think. Could put 3 just to make sure. Okay, and like that, it's gonna be, of course, no more than 2. That will be, sorry, 1 FR. Yep. This is okay, and this is okay. So everything should be fine now. Let's save that. And go back to this page, refresh that. This is super cool. Of course, it looks pretty small because zoomed out. Yeah, pretty satisfied with what we have here. Let's see on a XR like I have. Pretty good. So, way longer than expected. More than 6 hours. That's the longest video I have ever made. So congratulations to you if you stick to the end. And I hope it was useful for you. It was useful for me because that's the first time that I really do this kind of thing. And hopefully it was good for you as well. So you can leave comments, of course, below. I think I'm going to change that a little bit. I just noticed that this is on 2 lines. Maybe it's not like that for real. Yeah, it is. So let's see. We have 2FR. Okay, so let's reduce the space simply. Well, we'll see if that's enough. Okay, even with a smaller space, it's not enough, so let's keep it like it was then. And simply change that to be, let's say, oops, 2FR, 3FR. No. 3, 4, yeah, that's about that. I'm gonna align this one to the right side. And lower down, maybe the gap. So this way, just in case we have a smaller screen, a little bit, we don't have 2 lines. Here we go. Now done. So thank you and have a wonderful day. Now, one last thing. We didn't do all this job just for fun, though it was fun. Helped me to learn and hopefully you as well. But there are a few reasons why I'm moving from Elementor to Bricks. Of course, there's the fact that Elementor Pro needs to be renewed yearly, though I had the chance to pay only $100 per year. But still, uh, there's one point, but also the fact that Bricks is a better builder, works better in the sense that it's a what we would call a class-based builder. So it's a lot easier to create classes, reuse them than it is in Elementor, for example. And of course, we can use containers, we can use Flexbox, we can use grids. That it's coming to Elementor. So yeah, they're trying hard to make it lighter and so on. But still, Bricks is way ahead of them. And of course, the main reason is to make the site lighter. So, is it? Now, I am, for the Elementor site, I am on the fast WP engine host, which is a lot faster than the InstaWP testing server that I have right now. So that will make some modifications, of course, as well. But still, we will be able to see a pretty good idea of the result. I always do that in a private window to make sure that no plugin for my browser interferes into that. Let's take a look at the page present site for the Elementor page. So you see, not surprisingly, not too good. 32 score for the performance. Accessibility, good practice, pretty good. SEO, didn't work on that really. So not too surprising. So 32 on mobile and a pretty good 94 on desktop. So 94 on desktop is really good. 98 for accessibility, 100 best practices. So pretty good. Pretty good there. But for mobile, 32. Let's take a look at bricks now. And like I said, probably on a slower server. Mobile, 76. It's not perfect. It's not 100% or even 90%, but still more than double better than Elementor itself. So, and probably on a slower server, like I said. So really, really good here. 96, 100, and we have SEO out of the box with bricks, even if I didn't do anything. Sorry. So that's for mobile. Let's see for desktop. 92, so it's a little bit lower than Elementor, which is surprising, but then again, might be because of the speed of the server. 96, 92, 92, so that's pretty good. Mobile, way ahead. Desktop, pretty similar. Except for SEO, but of course I could install an SEO plugin. And of course, by the way, there's no caching plugin here. And I do believe that there are a little bit of caching plugin and caching on WP Engine by default, by the way. So there might be some caching here for Elementor, which is not the case for bricks. Anyway, let's see now on GT metrics. Elementor, 85% for the performance, 88% for the structure, which is not bad. If we take a look at the weight, it's 2 megabytes. Not too bad considering all the stuff that we have. And a big 125 requests. Okay? 2 megabytes, 125 requests. 85, 88. What about bricks? A surprising 98% for performance and 91% for structure. This is excellent out of the box. Of course, it looks for desktop, as you can see, but still, that's a huge difference. It's way better than Elementor, and let's take a look at the other numbers. 1 megabyte, which is about half of what we have with Elementor, and only 29 requests. And to be honest, I have some other plugins on the Elementor side, so that might, of course, that influences for sure. I don't remember if I do have an Elementor add-on. Not sure. The others are probably not loaded that much because I'm not using them, but anyway. So that might make a difference, but still, it's about the quarter, something like that. So even then, if we can reduce this number to, let's say, 80, 75, there's still a major difference between the two. So in my mind, it was worth it. Of course, better to start with the bricks from the start. But if you need to convert, it might be well worth it, depending on the time that you have, well, of course. But even if you don't switch from one to the other for an existing site, at least for the new sites, you see that there's a big difference. So thank you. Hopefully, like I said, this video helped you, and put your comments below. Have a good day.